Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, what's going on? Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. It's been a weird week around here, hasn't it?
Sure has.
Feels like a long time since we've been back in the box. Out doing those shows at Flannery's for the Guardians run. Oh, Guardians. What a game. What a season. What an amazing... What a run. What a run. What a run. What a run. Those guys. Congrats. I saw your Yankees eliminated the Red Sox.
Yep.
How about that? Boy, you want to talk about rivalries.
Oh, that's
good gravy.
Brutal.
Freaking out. They're madder about that than they are Bill Burr doing the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you? My name is Alan Cox. Rob Anthony's right there.
What's up, man?
And if you would like to join us, we would love to have you. The phone number's in here. Do we have a screener, or are you screening?
I think he's here. Tell him to text him.
Oh, all right. Well, we might have somebody answering the phones.
Mm-hmm.
You can test that theory. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. I just said theory, and apparently my phone thought I said Siri, and so it started blinking and flashing. And I don't ever use that. Do you ever talk to your phone?
Sometimes.
I don't do that. Most I ever do is like talk to text, or maybe I'll talk into Google search or something like that. But I just don't use that Siri function. People I know who use it, it's very similar to like if you have an Alexa at home and occasionally you'll ask it something and they'll go, here's what I got from Google. Like, yeah, I could have done that. I thought maybe you had some, deep mind, huge data set learning information that you could vomit back out to me all in the service of my convenience. That's what all this is for, theoretically, all this technology. Before, of course, it murders all of us. It's good for just having fun and doing things. If you want to text in here, 35192. If you go to alancoxshow.com, you can email me from there. And if you want to watch the program, our usual YouTubers, they've been kind of, is stymied the right word for this week, Rob? We haven't had any visual component unless you were out with us, but we didn't have any video component to the show Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday because we were doing these very short shows prior to the Guardians game down here at Flannery's a couple of blocks away. And so I have to think that the people who normally consume this nonsense via the YouTubes, they must have been beside themselves.
Well, they're all so amazingly understanding. It's a talent. Really.
I know.
Yeah.
They really are. Listen, and if you're ever in there for any lengthy period of time and you read that chat, it's a lot of people having fun in their own way. And understanding really is the key that unlocks so much, isn't it? Blah, blah, blah. Listen, if I sound distracted, I won't lie to you. I am. I'm keeping myself laser focused on this Diddy sentencing situation. They're going to sentence this guy. They just got back from lunch at 2 p.m. They said 2 p.m. Eastern. Rob, the judge adjourned everybody for lunch about 45 minutes ago. A 45-minute lunch break in New York? Are you kidding me? That's barely good. I needed the first couple decades of my adult life to teach myself to slow down when I eat because of how little time I had to eat in high school. People develop all kinds of poor habits, eating and otherwise, but we had so little time to get to lunch, get some food, eat your lunch, get back to class at my Catholic high school, that for the many, many years after that, friends of mine and girlfriends and wives would comment. They're like, boy, you eat fast. I go, I'm trying not to. But, I came up at junior high and high school where you had to scarf your food down. And I'm pretty good about it now. But a 45-minute lunch break in New York, give me a break. What if I want to go across the street and, because listen, everybody's adjourning at the same time. Theoretically, everybody's going to get their lunch. From that, you got to stand in line. You got to do all kinds of stuff. You got to figure out what you want to have. The possibilities are endless there. You're in Midtown, wherever they're doing this. And you're going, well, let's see. Do I want a tuna sandwich? Do I want to...
You're down to 43 minutes, sir.
It is October. Maybe a hearty soup.
42 minutes.
Maybe a mulligatawny. Mulligatawny. Maybe a jambalaya. Ooh, jambalaya. Maybe, who knows?
So those are made to order, and that's going to take 11 more minutes.
Oh, golly. Okay, so the time is really ticking away. What about soup in a bread bowl? What about that?
How about a to-go sandwich that's already made?
I mean, that would be better on time, but then I got to figure out where I'm going to eat it. Do I want to sit outside on a bench? It's very nice out today. Here in Northeast Ohio, it's upwards of 80 degrees. I'm not sure what it is there in New York, but I have to imagine that it's probably unseasonably warm. And I'm going to sit on a bench and eat that pre-made sandwich. I don't know.
See, I don't know, because all they have left is egg salad. So
and now I like egg salad. You're talking to the right guy here with egg salad.
But it's tough to eat on the move.
Well, here's the problem, too. When I eat egg salad, I don't shell the eggs. I like... I'm very
crunch in your sandwich.
Yes, I'm very texture-oriented, Rob, when I eat my food. And so, yes, I love egg salad. And for me, it's much easier to make than for some other people who make it, who are much more painstaking in their approach. I just crush up the eggs. I leave the shells on, crush them in there. It's good roughage, I've found. Sure, you'll get that occasional shard that will puncture your esophagus, but that's just the price of enjoying a delicious homemade lunch, is not shelling those eggs. And, of course, hard-boiled eggs, the most healthy way to consume your eggs.
Yes.
Now, don't ask the way I consume my hard-boiled eggs. That's for me to know and my physician to figure out how to deal with the aftermath. Nevertheless, 45 minutes is all I'm trying to say. Not a long time for the court to adjourn in the Diddy situation. Now, as you might suspect, I don't know if you've been keeping your eye on the Diddy thing. It's been intermittent at best for me. Prosecutors, they want no less than 11 years in federal prison. And, of course, his defense team, his own lawyer was crying. Oh, he's been such a charitable man, and he was, I think she actually said he was voted menswear creator of the year or something. I mean, they're throwing everything against the wall because that's all you've got to do in that situation.
Well, and he jumped into it now too. Like you could tell he's freaked out. Like he's like pleased with some leniency.
Of course, if you're looking at 11 years in prison, I mean, he'll be out. They give him 11, he'll be out in 3. But his defense, they're like, we don't want him to do any more than like a year. And so,
well, that's not going to happen.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen either. But this is just a guy who was trying to have some fun.
Supporting him. And the judge acknowledged that he received a lot of materials ahead of sentencing today, including a letter that Combs wrote to the judge.
Including some genetic materials, Jim. I don't know what that means.
Pleading for mercy, and also a video that the defense is hoping to play today, showing Combs playing with his children and giving motivational speeches. The defense has also been highlighting a course that Combs taught behind bars to inmates.
I mean, does that do anything, by the way? Videos of you playing with your kids and motivational speeches? I mean, you can do all of those things, right? Most people, just human beings, can be simultaneously unbelievably depraved and unbelievably, generous and do all kinds of nice things. And so it stands to reason Diddy would be one of those guys. I don't know that anything has to do with that. I mean, it's all kind of cosmetic. Oh, look at this guy. He's playing with his kids. And now, again, that would take up a lot of time. He's got a lot of them, yeah? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
I think he has a few. I don't know how many kids he has, but...
Now, he has spent a year in that detention center in Brooklyn. So if they gave him 14 months, that allows for time served, which means he would just do 2 more months. So obviously that's what the defense wants. But they saw that video, and then the judge said, okay, we're going to recess for lunch, and everybody go get something to eat. I would recommend the chowder in the bread bowl. But I don't know that he gave them any directions for lunch rather than please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. I don't know.
Can you imagine you're stuck
Puffy
in prison?
has 6 kids. I'm sorry?
You're stuck in prison, doing hard time for something, trying to maybe improve your life after you get out. And then all of a sudden you got to sit in classes with Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's like, I'm going to teach you guys something. You imagine that? You're like sitting there like, come on, man. I just want to do the rest of these 18 months and get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
I don't want to listen to Diddy teach me anything.
I'm going to teach you how to do a terrible collaboration with Jimmy Page for a movie. And don't sleep on the video, by the way. Boy, imagine Sean Combs walks in and he goes, today I'm going to teach you guys, I'm ready to blow your minds. Imagine vodka, but made out of grapes. Oh, my God. I can't even imagine. But, boy, 25 years ago, that was the height of innovation.
What was his?
Now they're making
Ciroc?
Ciroc. Yeah, I remember back in the day, Ciroc was a flex, if you even knew what it was. And now they're making friggin' vodka out of cardboard. They make vodka out of every goddamn thing. Anyway, keeping an eye on that. I got to take a break here. I'll have passes for a bunch of shows for you. We're going to send you to Factory of Terror in Canton. It's Halloween, of course. Adam Sandler is doing the Rocket Arena. Get you set up there. If you have more emo, Motion City soundtrack, they're on tour. We'll get you set up for that show, too. 35192. Want to send me a text in the break, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey there, local business owner. Ready to make some more money? Whether you own an auto shop or a dinner spot.
Broadcasting Awards.
The I Like the Sound of My Own Voice Award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you.
You see this cruise that's going to leave from Cleveland? How about this?
Life's sweetest reward.
It'll only stop at U.S. ports, Rob.
Okay.
The American Patriot, oof, a new 130-passenger ship will cruise the Great Lakes next year. Don't they already have these? There are already Great Lakes city cruises, right? I mean, it's not exactly floating down the Rhone. It's more like, hey, would you like to see Buffalo and Cleveland by water? Hey, listen, if it pumps money into the city, nobody's going to argue that, but I thought we already have these. Don't we already have Great Lakes cruises?
I'm sure.
Maybe the other ones go to the Canadian cities too. So this one you wouldn't need a passport. Maybe that's their hook. You don't have to go through customs. You don't have to worry about not being able to be brought back into the country, I guess. So American Cruise Lines, this company, they were touting the fact. It was a full tout, Rob. They were touting left and right.
Jeez.
That they're going to be doing a Great Lakes tour that will. Hey, ever want to go on a Great Lakes tour that cuts out all the amazing Canadian cities? Well, now we've got one for you. Yeah. Anyway, it'll start in Cleveland and it will end in Milwaukee. Another one starts in Cleveland, ends in Syracuse. See, my thought is I have to think that people who are at least have spent an appreciable amount of time in the Great Lakes region maybe have already been to these cities. I mean, have you ever been to Syracuse or Milwaukee?
I have.
Yes, as have I. And so, boy, you come to the conclusion, maybe the cruise, maybe the secret sauce here is the cruise keeps you at arm's length from these cities. And again, cruises, there's nothing cheap about them, right? The 9-day cruise from Cleveland starts at about $9,000 a person. And so the cruising experience, that's why it's always so fascinating to me. I've been on probably 3 cruises, and that's plenty. But the people who love cruises, like they go on them all the time. And there are people who will take their life savings and just live on a cruise ship, which always seemed counterintuitive to me. Obviously, you know, the older, kind of the boomers, that's a generation that's going to have that kind of money by and large. But I would also think in the 21st century that that's the demographic most likely to get dropped by some cruise-borne illness. You know, it's a real catch-22. But, you know, let's say that you're starting in Milwaukee and you go, oh, my God, Cleveland, are you kidding me? They got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Cleveland Museum of Art, right? World-renowned.
Yeah.
And, you know, can we get off the boat and go into Amish country? I bet you could. I bet you could bring back some cookies or some of that Amish weed. And so, you know, maybe you go up to the UP. I don't know. But, boy, they were touting this left and right. A full tout.
A full tout.
A full.
Jesus.
Full tout boogie is probably the headline that they would have written. But the Great Lakes cruises that they're going to be starting out of Cleveland next year. By the way, a 130-passenger ship. That doesn't sound big to me. If you've ever been on one of those, now granted, obviously you're going to have a much bigger cruise if it's like you're going to Barbados or something like that. This is, geographically speaking, relatively confined space. But that doesn't sound like a lot of people. So would it be better or worse that it's kind of more, for lack of a better word, an intimate situation? It's only you and 129 other people. Is that too many? Is that too many people?
Yeah, 129 too many.
Okay.
128, I guess.
Wait, so you'd want to be on the thing solo. Would want, look at me, I'm the captain now. You want to be that guy?
Now.
I'm the captain now.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know the first thing about, we were talking about what people name their boats the other day.
That was great.
The nautical type stuff. But what was the fillet show?
That was, yeah.
Like a fish fillet?
Oh,
S-H-O-W?
so good.
Yeah, there you go. But I have no interest or acumen at all in driving a boat. I wouldn't even know how that worked out. But if you want to see your naughty boy out there
do you
on the Great Lakes, I might out there at the helm of ship happens.
Is that what it's called? Do you drive a boat?
Isn't it? I mean, they say steer, but if you're the captain, you're
driving
driving a boat, right?
I don't know. It's that when you said it, it sounded weird to me.
I mean, what
Is
else
it
would
driving
you,
a boat?
What else would you do?
I don't know. Captaining it?
You drive a boat. You know, my wife grew up in the state of Michigan, and there, like, every kid has to get like a boater safety license because there's so many lakes. So we didn't do that in Illinois. Everybody's got to, in Michigan, they at least back then, they had to get their boater safety certification. But you've got, if you're driving a boat, that's what it would be called. You're at the helm, right? You got to know your port. You got to know your starboard. You got to know your forecastle. If you're on a larger boat, it would be called driving a boat.
Driving a boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know boating is the broader verb, right?
Boat.
But you are driving the boat.
Boating.
Boating. I'm out here boating. I'm behind the throttle.
Ahoy, hooey.
Ahoy, hooey. But yeah, driving a boat. You know, well, you know how some people say driving a car? See, I use the verb version of that as well. When I have to go somewhere, I say, I'll be carring for the afternoon. If you need me, I'll be on my hands-free cellular device. So
I'll be carring.
I'll be carring all afternoon, right. But the new Great Lakes cruise only going to cities stateside along the shore will be leaving from Cleveland in 2026.
And if you look to your left, you'll see beautiful Erie, Pennsylvania.
There's Erie, the gateway to Toronto.
We're going to...
Buffalo, I guess.
Go ahead
that, yeah.
Pass right by there, heading up to Buffalo.
Erie, Pennsylvania. Now, strangely, I don't think I've ever been to Erie, and that's just up the road. I don't know
once.
that I've ever been to Erie, Pennsylvania.
On a drive.
I lived in Pennsylvania.
Drive somewhere, I stopped and got something to eat, I think, in Erie, but that's it.
I mean, I know people
when I was
from
carring,
there.
I'm sorry.
When you were carring, you carred
carring.
all the way to Erie, PA. And
I was out carring.
Stopped to get something to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, every so often you'll see like some of the smaller cruise ships in the flats, right? They're docking along the Cuyahoga River there. For people who love docking, there's plenty of that in a lakefront city.
Pardon?
For people who like docking, Rob, there's a lot of nautical opportunities for them to do this.
Got it.
There is a 9-day trip up through the Upper Peninsula, though, the UP there of Michigan, where you go to Mackinac Island, you can't even have a car there. You gotta walk around on a bike or whatever. So again. You have to see, boating is a verb, biking is a verb. Why isn't carring a verb?
Yeah.
Before everybody points and laughs, why isn't carring a verb? You tell me. I don't have to tell you. You tell me. Alan, who's going to win, Yankees or Blue Jays? God willing, my Toronto Blue Jays will win against those damnable New York Yankees.
I hope so, but I'll tell you what, that kid that pitched last night, 12 strikeouts.
Adolf Schlittler. Was that the guy's name?
I don't know that was his first name.
Oh.
But I do believe that was his last name.
Okay. They call him the Schlitt Rattler. Cam Schlittler.
Yeah.
Yeah, he killed it, yeah?
Crush. I mean, just...
They shut him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's their, that's not their ace, so I believe the Yankees are going to give them a run for their money.
I'm sure they will. Listen, you don't get to this point dealing with any scrubs. But listen, Vlad Guerrero Jr. got him on my Blue Jays. So I'm going to be carring to Michigan tomorrow afternoon. My daughter has a performance at Michigan State tomorrow night. But I will be listening to that Yankees-Blue Jays game while I'm carring.
The Junkies.
To the Mitten. The Junkies.
The New York Junkies.
Yeah. You went to the game yesterday, didn't you?
I sure
Mike
did.
from Parma said that you ran into his wife.
Yeah,
Okay.
I went with his wife.
Oh, you went with his wife.
I did. Yeah, I figure you could help me out with this one a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So if, let's say, you're someplace and someone says, "Hey, Alan, you're not going to believe this."
Let's say you're someplace.
Yeah, and
okay,
someone says,
I am frequently someplace.
and they go, "Hey, I got this extra ticket to something.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to go?"
Mm-hmm.
What does that imply?
Implies they're going to give you a ticket because they have an extra one.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm. Oh, these were the people from Flannery's.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see.
and you said you couldn't go or something.
Well, this young woman who took a photo with me, this woman named Ashley, who I've met before because she was showing me old pictures over the years that she's taken with me, and that was fun to kind of Dorian Gray myself there in front of everyone. Nevertheless, I thought she asked if I had an extra ticket, and I said, "Oh, no, thank you." It was loud. I thought she was asking me. Apparently, she was asking me if I would like their extra ticket.
Correct.
Yeah, I wasn't going anyway, but I misunderstood her. But she went to you then.
So I was wrapping up all this stuff, broadcast, put everything away, and she asked me if I wanted to go. And I'm like, you know what? We had just talked about potentially buying standing room tickets, right? So she says, we have an extra ticket. Do you want to go? I think like you think. So I'm like, you know what? Yes, I'm going to go. And on the walk over, because again, I'm an idiot or I'm polite, I'm going to go with the latter because it makes me feel better. I said, what do I owe you for the ticket? And she said, $85. And I said, do you have Venmo? I didn't know what.
Well, no, you're being a nice guy. What's the matter with that?
I would have just bought the standing room ticket for $50.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Were they good seats?
No, I was.
You were in the bleachers?
I was in the bleachers, back to the scoreboard. It was fine. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm
You had a
happy
good time,
I went.
though.
It was great.
Yeah.
And then Jess, another big listener, she's met you a million times. She sent me a message on Instagram and said she was there. She was going to stop by to see us, but she couldn't get in. So she told me.
good for you.
I hate you. So she told me to come over and say hello. So I did. I walked over to the corner bar. I had a beer with her and chatted up a little bit. And then I split in the eighth. Because I had a feeling where that was going.
Oh, yeah. I was watching at home.
Oh, it was such a drag.
Yeah, it really was.
Such a drag.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. Listen, I half joke about paying for the ticket, but it was surprising.
But you offered. You
well,
were being a nice guy.
Well, I wouldn't say that I offered.
Oh, you said, how much do I owe you?
Well, how much? Right, like
how much do I owe you?
And I was expecting. Oh, I already got the tickets. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
but you know what happens when you assume? You can't assume that.
Well, but you assumed just like I did when someone said I have an extra ticket. Do you want to go?
But that was before you said you asked them how much. If you had stayed stum the whole time.
I feel like that would have made me a jerk if I didn't say something. So see, this is where I'm always in my own head.
But then she could have chased you down at the end of the game if she couldn't find you.
Yeah.
She'd be like, where did Rob go? He said he was going to have a pish.
Yeah.
And you're running across Rally Alley in a zigzag pattern so they can't get a beat on you.
That's right.
All right.
And I bought a round.
Good for you.
No.
Literally good for you.
Oh, good for you.
Hey, how about $1,000? If somebody were to ask me, Alan, how much do you want to give a listener right now? I'd say $1,000. Except it's not me, it's the Buzzard Bookie, and it is your shot to do so. About 30 past every hour most of the day, you got to crack at one of these. First of four right now, so listen closely, and I hope you win. Going into the weekend, good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey guys, I am not a squeamish person at all, but the thought of chomping on eggshells just has me sitting at work a bit nauseous now. I think I was traumatized by my not much of a cook mother, and every time she made eggs, there were eggshells in there. It was just a lovely little surprise. It's completely disgusting. Take it easy, guys.
Well, I mentioned that when I make egg salad, I don't shell the hard-boiled eggs, Rob. I just crush them up, and I put them in there, so when I'm eating my egg salad sandwich, it's a nice little treat. And, by the way, a fantastic deterrent for anyone who wants to steal the egg salad sandwiches out of our communal fridge here at iHeart Cleveland. Yummy. Listen, people always talk about how they have to walk on eggshells. What's the matter with eating eggshells? What's the matter with chomping on eggshells, like he described there? Doesn't that sound delicious? Spread between a couple of pieces of bread.
Fantastic.
That's right. Yummy.
Hey, Alan. It's Jimbo from Alamogordo. And when you and Rob are out, I don't get too angry about it. I look at it as a opportunity to find something else to listen to. Maybe something entertaining. Like you said, there's a lot of shows out there, but like you've also said, they're pretty much all garbage. I mean, they don't have that tightly worded script that you and Rob rehearse so well before every show. They're not covering important topics like you can't copulate with football. And when you sit down, you can apparently poop and pee simultaneously. And I've done my research. Not a single other show is eliciting the opinions of one David Lee Roth. Not one. Can you believe that? So, guess I'll just have to stick with this dog and pony show. Could you hit the post on I Hate Myself for Loving You by Joan Jett and Blackheart?
Ooh, that's a good
I hate
one.
myself. I haven't heard that one in a long time. Well, 100.7 Tapple here of us. Proudly want to hear from Joan Jett, Pride of the Garden State. Hey, Google won't be invented for another 30 years or so, but check out Camel Toe. And, boy, you got to find wearing some pants. Snug right up there. Yeah, I can't do that. I got nothing for that. Thank you, though, man. Yeah, no,
I do
listen,
love that you worked the camel toe into it.
Well, that's kind of where we start and end, right? With Joan Jett as the camel toe.
Yep.
And out of reverence, by the way, not even out of mockery or parody, out of reverence. But yeah, all of Jimbo's points. He's out there in Alamogordo, listening on the iHeartRadio app. And all those points are well made, right? I work tirelessly, Rob, over the script for this program.
Yeah.
And we don't get a lot of time to rehearse pre-show, but Dave, are you prepped for the show today?
Yes, I am!
Okay, good. And, yeah, thank you, Jimbo. I appreciate it. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, by the way. No, I thought she went, Doesn't she do, Ow! Then, yeah.
I thought that was right in the beginning. I thought that was in the intro.
Well, she does it in the middle somewhere.
Woo!
Oh, that's so dumb. Come on.
Woo! Woo!
This is early Joan Jett, or this was down the road with her?
I don't remember.
I Hate Myself for Loving You, because a lot of her big hits were cover songs, and she kind of got away with it because some novelty to it.
Woo!
I think she does an here. 1988. Oh, this is off of Bad Reputation. All right. You get the gist.
Yeah.
1988, Bad Reputation. All right. That's the one with the queeves in the front.
The queeves.
Yeah. Bad
A bevy of
Reputation.
them.
And also 88, if you remember that Hate Myself for Loving You video, that's when they tried to kind of glam her up. It was the 80s. But she must have hated that. I mean, judging from how Joan Jett has kind of conducted herself for a long time, she was really at the very beginning of Joan Jett coming out of the Runaways. They were like a punk band, so she was trying to be like a punky gal. And when Hate Myself for Loving You came out, they were trying to glam her up a little bit for Bad Reputation, for that video. And I always thought Joan Jett was super cute. There are a lot of heavy metal fans who their own prejudices aside, when they found out that Rob Halford was a gay man and they were Judas Priest fans, some people that drove him crazy. I'm a huge Judas Priest fan. I couldn't care less that Rob Halford's gay. But Joan Jett, also a gay woman, but, a woman in rock and roll, they weren't going to obviously promote her that way. But remember back in the day, she had like the shaved blonde. She had like the super close cropped bleach blonde hair. But late 80s, early 90s, they were really trying to glam her up. It must have driven her nuts. I had a crush on Joan Jett. I mean, as a Gen X kid, man, I had a big crush on Joan Jett.
Speaking of Rob Halford, did you hear the remake of War Pigs he did with Ozzy?
I did.
2 weeks before he died, Ozzy cut that.
Yeah.
And it's crazy that he still sounds as good as he does. And it's the beginning, obviously, that he did, because you can tell they used the original lyrics in the middle.
Well, and
but
all
the beginning is great.
all those bands now are releasing the songs that they did, the Black Sabbath covers and things like that, right?
Yeah.
The charity version of War Pigs with Rob Halford and Ozzy.
Yeah, it was for the Parkinson's Foundation.
Just like witches at black masses, evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerers of death's construction.
I gotta tell you, my big gripe with War Pigs is you can't rhyme masses with masses. That's
Yeah.
a cheat.
But
I don't right out the gate. That to me, that takes it from an A to a B plus.
But they
I'm
didn't.
sorry.
Though. They used a different version of the word.
Understood.
Masses and masses, two completely different things.
No, but they sound exactly the
I
same.
know.
Doesn't matter what the meaning of the word is.
They
They're
didn't want to
homonyms.
use asses or gases or passes.
It's a rock and roll band. They couldn't talk about lasses?
No.
Looking at the asses of the lasses.
Look at the asses of the lasses.
Rhyming masses. Come on. Anywho. Hey, want to go see? This might just not be up your alley at all. You might be more one of those emo types. Motion City Soundtrack is back on the road. And you get my last pair of tickets here. The Same Old Wasted Wonderful World. That is their brand new album, and so they're touring in support of that. And they're bringing Say Anything with them. Man, you are going to party like it's 2004. Motion City Soundtrack at the Agora on Monday, February 9th, so you will be sitting on these for a minute, but you'll have them. AXS.com for the details. If you want to go, be caller 10, and you get my last pair here. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff
95.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192 want to text me. Black Label Society added to Sonic Temple. I'll tell you what, man. I like Sonic Temple every year. I don't always usually go for the full weekend. And this year, I just got jammed up schedule-wise. But they announced the dates and started breadcrumbing bands out. And they were going heavy. I mean, the first, sure, My Chemical Romance is one of the headliners or whatever, but they're going heavy into, like, deathcore and, Dying Fetus and Behemoth they're going to play and Cradle of Filth and all this. And then they just announced a bunch of other bands that are going to play, and it's like the late 90s all over again, which scratches me right where I itch. Stone Temple Pilots is going to play Sonic Temple.
No, they aren't. The remaining guys with some other dude are playing that show. That's one band, dude. That pissed me off. They continued
current
on.
iteration of Stone Temple Pilots. I'm glad I got to see them with Scott Weiland.
Same.
They had Chester Bennington, of course. They're 0 for 2, boy. With they've had a guy named Jeff Goot with them for a while. I think that he has been their frontman for a minute now.
Was he like an American Idol guy or
he
something?
He was,
too?
but a lot of these bands, that's like where they go shopping now. I mean, that's how Queen got Adam Lambert. You've got a smorgasbord of good singers. You can watch your television and there's your audition. They go, oh, that guy's got a look. Stone Temple Pilots, Black Label Society, Seven Dust, POD, Saliva, and Soil from Chicago, Illinois. Remember Soil?
Mm-hmm.
They had like one song. I like those guys, but they had like one song. So anyway, Sonic Temple, we gave away some passes when they first announced it. I'm sure we'll give away some more in the months to come, but I'm liking how this is shaping up, boy. A ton of bands they have announced. But again, a lot of those original bands they announced are heavy bands, like Cattle Decapitation is going to play, and so I could not be happier about how Sonic Temple is shaping up. Now, yes, in the middle of all that, there's something for everybody. They will have My Chem as one of their headliners, but it is coming back down there in Columbus in May, next spring, the 14th through the 17th. And they're going to keep announcing more bands. So you take umbrage with Stone Temple Pilots.
Very much so.
Now, why is that? There are plenty of other bands that have been in that position and have kept going.
Listen, I think the only thing that made the Linkin Park thing okay was the fact that it was a woman. Like, they changed, the band is different, right? Mm-hmm. They're touring on what STP was, and I don't like it.
What do you mean?
They're trying to be what Stone Temple Pilots were without Scott Weiland. And
yeah, but
I
it's
just
still
don't
the other
like
three guys. I mean, the DeLeo brothers are always STP. I mean,
Yeah,
Scott
but still.
Weiland obviously was a very charismatic guy. But
As much as, like, you and I know those dudes' names,
yeah,
I think most people would have a hard time naming anybody else other than Scott Weiland and STP.
I see.
You know what I mean? I feel like certain bands, when that happens, like, go away.
Well, Rob, this is an opportunity for Jeff Goot to become a household name.
Yeah, been trying for a long time.
Yeah, he's been with them a minute.
Yeah, I know.
I tell you the band that I wish had kept going, and I had interviewed our friend Rich Patrick from Filter, was in a band with the DeLeo brothers called Army of Anyone, and they did one album, and I don't know if it was like a salve in between Scott Weiland and some other stuff. Ray Luzier, who drums for Korn now, was the drummer on that album, and I love that. I thought that was so great. I was like, boy, if they keep this going, I don't know if their initial, remember Army of Anyone? I'll play a song of theirs sometimes to end this show, but it was it ended up being a one-off. I don't know if maybe they had bigger plans. Rich Patrick was kind of in a fallow period there with Filter at the time, but it was probably 25 years ago. Not 25 years ago. This would have been like 05, 06. But Stone Temple Pilots with Black Label Society, Seven Dust, POD, Saliva, Soil. Those are the most recent additions to Sonic Temple, and I'm sure that we will have more passes for you in the months to come for that weekend. But if you're a fan of, like, death metal and deathcore and grindcore and all that, anything before core, they're doubling down on that for Sonic Temple. So just for me, that makes me very happy. And I love Sevendust. I can't tell you that I would carve out time specifically to watch Stone Temple Pilots with that guy.
Yeah, no.
But I'm not averse to it in theory.
I am.
Jeff Goot, they list him as replacement singer.
No.
Ouch.
That's what I mean.
But why not?
Because I just feel like certain dudes, that was their band.
Right, but what I'm saying is, so if your singer can't keep it together and he dies, you just break up?
No,
like not
start a
everybody's...
new band.
Oh. Well, they did.
Be TSP. I don't know. Change your name. Be the same thing. Like, just, I don't know, man.
But don't they want to? I'm thinking. I take your point, but also don't you? I mean, you've got some name equity with people. If you're like, "Hi, we're Mighty Joe Young. That was our original name before Stone Temple Pilots. We're going to go back to that because we don't have Scott Weiland." People will be like, to me, it's like a lose-lose because people just go, "Oh, it's Stone Temple Pilots without Scott Weiland."
Formerly
Why aren't
STP.
They just... Really?
Call yourself that. I hate it. And I think it's because I love Stone Temple Pilots so much, and I love Scott Weiland so much. So I just feel like this dude out there is just he's a mimic. Like, it's just crap.
I've actually never heard him sing, but he's been with the band for 8 years.
From what I understand, he sounds like him.
Jeff
Great.
Goot. Is that what you take exception with? That they got a guy who sounds like Scott Weiland?
Yeah, kinda.
I see.
And I mean, he's his own guy. I know he probably adds his own flair on stuff. But do me a favor. Name one STP song after Scott Weiland died.
Well, I didn't really pay attention to them after Scott Weiland.
Exactly.
Yeah, but a lot of people did, didn't they?
They've released numerous albums. No one cares.
Scott Weiland, by the way, was also, I forget how long he was alive. I keep thinking he died like 2000, 2002. He died in 2015.
Yep.
Scott Weiland's only been dead for 10 years. I always think he's been dead for a lot longer than that. No, when those Army of Anyone guys came in, I was out in Chicago and they all came in to promote this album. That was when Scott Weiland was off doing a solo thing. And so even then they were like, well, they weren't going to replace him in Stone Temple Pilots. Jeff Goot from Marine City, Michigan. He was on the X Factor, Season 2, 2012. And the DeLeo brothers found him and put him in front there for Stone Temple Pilots. And so you won't, if you go to Sonic Temple, you will turn your back to Stone Temple Pilots. You'll stand there in front, but turn your back to them.
Yeah, listen, we can start with there's also a 0% chance I'll be at Sonic Temple.
Okay.
I was thinking about that this past year. I was like, because Pat Butler had an extra room.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll go. And then I thought about it. And I know me. And I know crowds. And then I'm going to what? I'm going to go to a show. I'm going to go back to a hotel and go back to a show again the next day and do hours of dealing with the same. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Dude, I love the Deftones, and I wouldn't go to 2 shows 2 nights in a row.
Right, because you were going to Clapton.
Right.
Come on, man.
I can't.
It's around the corner from us here.
Yeah, I know.
It's not like, well, then how do you feel about Alice in Chains? Or were they never like a big band for you anyway?
No, they were huge for me.
Same.
I kind of feel the same way, but I also, in a way, Jerry Cantrell was such a big part of that, especially towards the end when Lane was a mess. Like those, you listen to those late albums. I mean, Jerry's singing a lot.
Yes.
So it's
Lane didn't really have any teeth left.
No.
Yeah.
He was a wreck. So, I mean, I think at that point, that one feels a little different to me because of the situation. I could tell you who Jerry Cantrell is. I know nothing of the DeLeo guys other than what they did in STP.
I'll tell you what I think is a bunch of bull honky. They are trying to, and this is just a rumor, they are trying to replace, Chris Cornell in Audio Slave with some guy named Zach De La Roca. I don't know what the hell that's about. Audio Slave was Chris Cornell, all right? Thank you very much.
Yes.
I
mean, call yourself something different. You know what I mean?
I don't know who this pretender to the throne is.
Zach De La.
Come on.
I mean, just call yourself something different. Let's
Audio
think.
Slave is something very specific. It was Chris Cornell and the 3 other guys.
What could we call that band with Zach De La Rocha?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Something.
Audio Slave is a very specific thing.
I can feel it's making me angry. Like I'm filled with rage.
Yeah.
You know?
Al, we saw Stone Temple Pilots last year, and they kicked ass. Rob is missing out. They put 2 exclamation points in that text.
Nope.
All right.
I mean, listen, I'm sure they're great. For me, I was such a Scott. And I saw STP like 5 times with Weiland. Oh, good for me. I got to see him numerous times.
What about, because I only saw them once when I brought them out on stage at one of our festivals in Pittsburgh. What if they do like Stone Temple Pilots featuring Jeff Goot?
No.
Okay.
It's still not Stone Temple Pilots.
Gotcha. Okay. I understand. You want nothing to do with them.
I don't. I don't. And look, I understand also. People are going to go, well, Scott Weiland was already out of the band. Chester was. I know all of that. I wasn't thrilled with the Chester stuff.
Yeah, I don't really remember them with Chester. I know they did 2 self-titled albums in a row, which, if nothing else, it's kind of confusing. Because I think it was overall their 3rd self-titled album.
Yeah.
But I don't really remember. I know that they dropped like a single with Chester, but I don't really remember.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot going on.
I think of Scott Weiland.
And that around that same time was when Scott was doing Velvet Revolver, which I thought was fantastic. I loved Velvet Revolver.
But why not call that Guns N' Roses with Scott Weiland?
Because that's not what it was. That would have been to my point. If Axl were out, right, and Guns N' Roses went on the road with,
I see what you mean.
Would you call that Guns N' Roses? Of course not.
I would call it whatever they wanted to be called.
Roses and Guns.
Oh, I see. All right. Yeah, I don't mind when people replace their singer, because I'm like, I wouldn't want to be that singer because you're pushing a rock uphill every day. Even if you're killing it with the band, people are going to just compare you to the other guy. There's no way getting around a singer who didn't leave, died. No way getting around that.
No.
Because all everybody ever thinks is, golly, what would it have been had he not died? Not like the guy is alive and running around somewhere else, left for a solo thing. David Lee Roth might have split Van Halen, but he's still alive. To the best of my knowledge. Dave, are you still alive?
Yes, I am!
All right, well, I'll tell you what. The comedy world, this happened while we were gone, I think, for your father-in-law, your stepfather-in-law. The comedy world is riven over this Riyadh Comedy Festival. I didn't realize this had already happened. I thought it was still ahead of us. The Riyadh Comedy Festival. Saudi Arabia creates this giant comedy festival and gets all of your heavy hitters and throws them tons of money. Now, you got a lot of the usual suspects, right? Kevin Hart, who's a guy who says no to no one. Kevin Hart is one of these guys who's like, I have a number in my head, and when I hit that number, I'll retire. Just exactly the kind of motivation you want. And in the meantime, he will do anything anyone pays him to do. Kevin Hart never says no. A lot of other people were asked and bowed out, right? Shane Gillis was asked. I just saw Shane Gillis. He headlined Chappelle's thing in Yellow Springs over the summer. Chappelle went to do the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Bill Burr went to do the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Pete Davidson went to do the Riyadh Comedy Festival. This is a guy who lost his dad in 9/11.
Yeah.
So I guess if you get far enough away from something, history, Shane Gillis was pretty clear about why he didn't want to do it.
You go to the Middle East soon.
What? Where? Why?
Saudi Arabia and UAE or Dubai.
Dubai?
I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah. For the troops? Is it for the troops?
Not for the troops.
What?
It's for the Saudis.
For the Saudi princes?
Yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. It's like, for Saudis?
Yeah.
Weren't those the 9/11 guys?
Yeah, those are the 9/11 guys. I guess everybody had a good time. the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Everybody made a lot of money. Louis C.K. and Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle, Jim Jeffries. If you saw people being interviewed about it, they were really doing a lot of gymnastics to, I guess, rationalize going over there and doing it. Aziz Ansari, Tom Segura, Whitney Cummings, our friend Sebastian Maniscalco. And they're all making a lot of money. Mark Maron was very, very vocally against it. Now, again, I don't know. I think by his own admission, he's like, he wasn't invited to do it. But nevertheless, like, these aren't people who need the money. These aren't struggling comedians, right? Maron is probably the poorest one in the bunch. He's got a little bit socked away.
It's easy to say you won't do something if you aren't invited to do something.
I know, but I have a feeling that even Shane Gillis was invited, and he said no. I have to think that if Mark Maron had been invited, he would have said no.
I feel like Mark Maron's in a much different place than
but this one
Shane is.
This
right?
what I'm saying, though, is that none of those people need the money. Maron could probably use the money. It's not like this guy's hurting. He's developed a very nice career for himself, but he's not playing arenas. He's not, Shane Gillis, I think, was offered something like $500,000 to play this because they just have oil money. They can give anybody anything, right? And so, yeah, people had some very specific thoughts on this. Because and again, this is not unprecedented, but, like Beyonce played the Crown Prince's birthday party or something, and Mariah Carey was the first female international artist to perform in Saudi Arabia. And so they all say the same thing. They go, well, this is to bring inspiration and encouragement, and why should we cut ourselves off from these people? Chappelle was talking about how there's more free speech now in Saudi Arabia than there is in the United States, which I get what he means. I don't know that that's true right now.
But he's very wrong, yes.
Well, I mean, we're heading there, but still, it's like I understand what he's saying. And so the people who went, made the case that whether we go or not, we're not going to change anybody's ideas of anything. And why wouldn't we go? This is a way for us to, expand our culture and comedy to this country. And I guess they have a bit of a point. But boy, so do the people who say this is gross and I would never do that. Because, these are the people who took down the Twin Towers. So even the people who performed at this thing, boy, you didn't see them blowing it up on social media. You didn't see them posted on their stories and their posts that they were super happy to be doing the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
Yeah, man, this is a tough one, honestly, because, look, if somebody comes to you and says, here's this amazing amount of money for a one-nighter, will you do it? I don't care who you are or how much money you have. It's difficult to say no to that.
Yeah, but I also think you do have to consider the source.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But again, until I'm in that place where someone offers me that kind of money, it's very hard for me to judge doing it.
I mean, I guess you'd kind of crowdsource it a bit to your family, but logistically, if somebody came to you and said, we want to pay you $250,000 to do X for the Saudi royal family, I mean, would you really think about it?
Well, again, I think that those people, they're all making much more than $250,000.
No, I'm talking about you and me as regular guys.
If someone
they were like,
said,
hey.
If someone said, I'm going to give you $250,000 to come over here and do whatever, do I don't know, do the show.
Yeah.
I would have to think long and hard about that.
Wow.
Listen, there will be a moral component to it for sure, but it's $250,000.
Yeah, but my thought is always you can't lose what you didn't have.
That's true.
And if I don't do it, I'm not out $250,000. I never had $250,000.
Yeah.
And I might feel a little bit better. Yeah, you're coming back with $250,000, but it's literally blood money. I mean,
yeah, but so's the money you're making here, in all fairness. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it's no different, really. I mean, it is, yes. Look,
Bob Pittman is not Al-Qaeda. You know what I mean? There's a very distinct difference.
Yes.
I know, I'm sure they're probably doing business with people over there, whatever. That's above my pay grade. That's different than being asked directly, will you go perform in this country for this money? Again, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback the thing, when you don't have a dog in the fight. But there were a handful of comedians who were invited to do this and were offered a lot of money. And by the way, they were all given a list of things they couldn't talk about. So a handful of them, I guess they really didn't have a problem with the pedigree of the country of Saudi Arabia with respect to this country. But they were more like, well, no, you want American comedians to come over there. We have to be able to talk about everything we want to talk about. And so they might have given him a little bit more of a wide berth. But the Pete Davidson thing is really what jumped out at me. I'm like, dude, this guy's dad died on 9/11.
But that also tells you everything you really need to know. Because again,
but I don't know anything about Pete Davidson. I've never met him. All I know about him is that he's been inside Ariana Grande, and that his dad died in 9/11,
and Kate Beckinsale,
and that he was on Saturday Night Live. Like, I've seen him live. I saw him when he did Hilarities earlier this year. I think he's a funny guy.
And he's like $5 million richer because he went and played a comedy festival. Like, that's what people need to think about. That is just, it's, again, I completely understand what you're saying. But it's very, very hard for me to say that I wouldn't do the same thing.
No, I understand. Chris DiStefano, who we've had on the show before too, he was like, I didn't want to do it either, but I talked to my wife, and she goes, you're going to take that effing money.
Yeah.
And Jim Jeffries was like, yeah, they chopped up a guy from the Washington Post, but that's not a hill I'm going to die on. That's a real weird thing to say out loud.
It's also Jim Jeffries, though.
No, I understand.
He's always going to say stupid stuff just because.
Well, I'm not even saying it's stupid. I mean, listen, it's their decision to make. I'm just surprised that many people. I guess if you tell yourself, well, we're bringing our culture to them, they can get our culture anytime they want. It's available to them. They really don't have much interest in our culture, right?
No.
So it's as a marketing thing. It's like that golf thing that they were trying, that live golf over there. A lot of golfers kind of in that same boat where they were, getting 9-figure offers. And, they were smart. They were looking at guys who were kind of on the downslope of their career, right? They're looking at guys like Tiger Woods and, here's a chance for you to make some crazy money. But it's a wild, I thought that this thing was still on the way, but it already happened, I guess. And, but again, it's their decision to make. It's just I was kind of surprised at the people that I saw involved with it. Pete Davidson, again, was the one that jumped out at me.
I think, again, that's why it's so easy to look at it from their perspective. You're literally doing a one-nighter and making that kind of money. It's hard to say no.
Yeah. Oh, I got to take a break here. Hey, you want to go to the Factory of Terror down there in Canton? It is, as the kids say, spooky season. And Factory of Terror, 5 full attractions. You got over a mile in length. If you are one of these nerds who loves measuring the length of haunted houses, you're going to love it. Unbelievable scenery, jaw-dropping special effects. In fact, one of those special effects is a guy with no jaw. I have to assume, and terrifying actors. FOTOhio.com for tickets and the info. I'll give you my last pair this week. Factory of Terror in Canton. Caller 10, good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
We'll clear out for abundant sunshine as we go through. Your Friday temperatures will be warm, well above average, with highs topping out near 80 degrees, a light breeze from the south. Clear skies continue tonight with temperatures back in the 50s.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Get 2 #1 selling bacon cheeseburgers, Wendy's JBC, plus medium fries and soft drink for just $8. Total game changer. Order today. Limited time only. Price and participation.
Available at rocketarena.com.
People called them murderers. 10 years later, they were gods. Today, no one knows their names. A group of maverick surgeons who took on the medical establishment, who risked everything to invent open-heart surgery. Welcome to the Wild West of American medicine. I'm Chris Pine, and this is Cardiac Cowboys. If you like medical dramas, if you like heart-pounding thrillers, you will love Cardiac Cowboys. Listen wherever you listen to podcasts.
Sponsored by Jasper.
The Alan Cox Show.
Here's a piece of strong cheese. Cheese has a sound, probably all of its own.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey, I got another $1,000 for you in about 5 or 6 minutes, by the way, about 30 past the hour. You get a shot at a keyword courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Congrats, by the way, to Leah Ruark out there in somewhere. Where is she?
Akron.
Akron. The AK Rowdy. Got those passes for Factory of Terror. Just a bit south there in Canton. Next week, I will have passes for you, if you struck out there, for the Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory. It's the only time that you have to pronounce the word laboratory as laboratory, is when it's in a Halloween context. Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory in Akron, celebrating 50 seasons of fear, Rob. 50 seasons. Oh, by the way, I did want to mention this. Our brothers and sisters in broadcasting over there at Cleveland State University are going through a day of mourning. I don't know if we have any student listeners who spent any amount of time there at WCSB, was their radio station. And they would have celebrated 50 years next spring. And I'm sure everybody involved was very excited for that. They went on the air May 10th, 1976. WMMS, you know, we know whence we speak. We had our 50th anniversary unbelievably 7 years ago. Back in 2018, we had the late, great Ozzy Osbourne host our anniversary show out there at Blossom. Sold out the whole affair, Rob. This was prior to your tenure here.
Yeah, just before.
The WMMS 50th. And Cleveland State, like so many other universities, are really going through it. With all of these funding being slashed and things like that, and they're looking at like a $17 million shortfall. And I don't know the inner workings of it, but they have sold the college radio station over there to IdeaStream. So I don't know if that's part of it, where they're like, we need some cash. Maybe we'll just sell them the radio station. But I know that they were, and again, I don't know the inner workings of these things, but, and I myself only did a semester of college radio, and it was after I had already graduated. And that's kind of the case with a lot of college stations. It's a lot of like alumni volunteers and things like that. They just needed warm bodies. And I was kind of in between gigs and did one semester of college radio. And but some people really devote themselves to it. And WCSB is no more with respect to Cleveland State University. It was 89.3 over there. I was told earlier today that they were staging a sit-in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was also told, I think it lasted under 15 minutes. So I don't know what that entailed. WCSB was not a radio station that I would listen to with any regularity. I punch around occasionally to see what the kids are doing on college radio. Some stations sound better than others. There are a handful of local college radio stations. And you can see why it's attractive to some people. People who have their criticisms of commercial radio and what it sounds like and what it's become in an age of consolidation. But you really do, just aesthetically, you really do have to hang in there with college radio. Because, boy, these are people getting their sea legs. And so I was always curious to hear what the kids are doing. First off, it's terrible to lose a college radio station because I'm always so heartened that there are college kids that want to do radio. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there are a lot of universities around the country where their radio station is nothing more than an online asset. So there are still, like WCSB, there are still college radio stations that were broadcasting on the non-com band there. And they were at 89.3. And again, I don't know if it was to make up for whatever shortfalls they have over there at CSU. They also announced that they were getting rid of a couple of dozen academic programs. I guess they're launching like 3 dozen. So they're swapping out some and bringing on others. People try, and they said that the people who are studying these things at CSU now will be able to continue their studies until they're done. Like if you were studying to be, the doctor in nursing practice, that's one of the programs they're getting rid of. A lot of degrees and programs in nursing are being done away with at CSU. And my thought is always, well, it's probably because, it sucks for the people who are in those, but it probably has more to do with the fact that there weren't enough people enrolled in certain programs. And so they discontinued a lot of their academic programs over there, but I guess they're introducing a whole lot of other ones. So I don't know. But anytime there is a terrestrial college radio station that goes away, you are losing a lot of, flavor, not only for, kind of campus life, but in, the broad spectrum, if you will, if you pardon the pun, of voices on radio. And so, God, I would have loved, somebody's got to have video of that sit-in. Because back in the day, when radio stations, as a matter of course, would, change format or something like that, you'd have a guy who was pretending to be locked in the studio, right? I'm going to lock myself in the studio, play Def Leppard until they, Well, there are no locks on studio doors.
No.
And so you can't lock yourself in the studio.
Well, and even if you did, let's just say, for example, they were able to do that. In 2025, all you have to do is push a button in a room somewhere else, and they're off the air.
Yeah.
So it really didn't, like the whole sit-in thing.
Yeah.
I get it. I understand.
I do too. I'd be, again, I have precisely 1 semester of experience in college radio. I tell people I fell ass backwards into radio. And so, but it sucks, for my son ended up doing a semester of college radio at Michigan State because he wanted to see what the fuss was all about, and he really liked doing it. And, but he did a semester, and that was fine. Listen, my son, Rob, he's got a broadcasting legend in the family. What can I say?
Who's that?
And me.
Oh.
I'm in the family, too.
I was going to say, who else?
I don't know. I forget. Who can remember these things? But, our buddy Poundcake, when he was DJ Cobra, he was on there at the University of Akron. And
was that his name on the air?
He was DJ Cobra.
So
yes.
great.
Yep. At WZIP, because of course they're the Akron Zips. They're down there in Akron at 88.1. But for people and radio stations on campus really run the gamut too, right? Some of them are programmed like commercial stations because the thought being this is the best way to train someone to transition into commercial radio. If it's formatted a certain way, and there's, the 1 semester I did it, that's what the radio station was. There was a log, and there was, because there were like, so many people come out of college free-form radio, and they don't realize the structure of commercial radio. And they go, oh, I didn't know that. What? I can't just play whatever I want? And, you're like, no, it's not 1972. But a lot of people did come. John Carroll has a great radio station, and but WCSB, the Northeast Ohio Collegiate Non-Commercial Radio Landscape, is down. The station obviously is still on the air because they sold it to IdeaStream,
which
so
also
they're
was
gonna
interesting.
Well, I thought NPR and I thought public radio was on its deathbed.
That's
as
what
well.
I'm saying. So how are they buying radio stations?
Because you could probably get them for pennies on the dollar. I don't know. I mean, non-commercial campus radio stations, So they will still be on the air, just not affiliated with Cleveland State, as I understand it. They're going to air some jazz format or something, So I don't know what kind of jazz they'll be airing, but that seems more keeping in line with your traditional NPR audience and demographic. I don't
Maybe
know if they'll be playing some Dave Koz, Kenny G, or some... Maybe what?
I was just going to say maybe their sit-in would have gone better if they had all done Sean Connery impressions.
We're staging a shit-in. Now you shit over there, I'll shit over here. Lock the door. If somebody tries to come in, give them an open hand slap.
We're going to stay on the air and as long as we possibly can because we're doing a shit-in.
All afternoon. What? We're already done?
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah. So anyway, that sucks. I mean, it's, they would have celebrated their 50th anniversary next May, but it was not to be. Because it is a kick in the balls, kind of the days of, even before this administration, which, wiping its ass with the Constitution and the First Amendment and all this kind of stuff from tip to taint. But even before the people who are running things now, the freedom of expression on campus has been, diminishing incrementally for decades. And so, it's not people taking over a campus building anymore. I mean, that still happens, but then they, look at Kent State back in the day. That's your most pointed example of something going really sideways in Northeast Ohio. Anyway, I mentioned the person who won the Factory of Terror tickets because I was reading, Rob, about the ghosts that haunt America's national parks. Now, I don't know if there is a ghost that is actively haunting Cuyahoga Valley National Park. I don't know about that. It's not on this list, though. I have to think, though, the people in Northeast Ohio who are well-versed in that area might know if there is something that is haunting that park. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park. There is something supposedly haunting that park. Something that they call spear finger. Now, listen, if you've ever been to Great Smoky Mountains National Park, it's the most visited national park in the country, and it's gorgeous. Huge swaths of Appalachia and these lush forests and these mountain peaks. It's 500,000 acres, and it's gorgeous between like North Carolina and Tennessee. But the spear finger, Rob, people keep on the lookout for spear finger. Now, a lot of these are attached to indigenous or Native American lore, and the spear finger is no different. It's a Cherokee legend, Rob. So if you're somebody who over spooky season is going to be visiting a national park and the Great Smoky Mountains is somewhere on there, be on the lookout for spear finger, which they say is a monster with a sharp finger, hence the name. There's a Native American chief said to haunt Yosemite National Park. Mammoth Caves, they're in Kentucky. The world's biggest cave system, maybe. They have what they call the coughing spirits.
Wonder why they call them that. Heavy smokers?
Well, they said that they're after some doctor tried to purchase part of the caves in the mid-19th century and wanted to convert part of it into a hospital for tuberculosis patients, thinking that cold environment would be beneficial to their lungs. That theory did not work out. And, boy, imagine that. The cold, damp, moist will be really, really good for your lungs.
Yeah.
Grand Canyon National Park is said to be haunted. The Yellowstone National Park, they have the Headless Bride. Now, again, I don't know if there's one in Cuyahoga Valley National Park. It can be fun to find that out. Our friend James Renner, who joins us occasionally over Halloween with all manner of ghost stories, might know something along those lines. But, Stephen King, when he wrote The Shining, Rocky Mountain National Park was really kind of how he was trying to kind of frame that whole story. And again, yes, these are all kind of indigenous stories of the land, but that doesn't mean they're not true, Rob. We don't know. These could all be true.
How's it going?
Good. You know who this is?
I always think that I do, but then I don't. So who is it?
Oh, this is Jane Goodall. Remember me? I was Jane Goodall. I passed away.
Oh.
Yeah, Jane Goodall.
Yes.
I worked with the monkeys.
Yeah, gorillas, right?
Gorillas. I'm sorry. Not monkeys.
No, well, how? I'm sorry for your
not
loss.
like Peter Tork.
So.
Not David Jones. Actual monkeys, Rob.
Yeah, I was sorry to hear of your passing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was famous primatologist Jane Goodall, and now I'm dead. And so I was just checking in because I heard you talking about ghosts.
Yeah.
In the Great Smoky Parks.
I lost. It was my anniversary when you passed, so I'll always remember that date.
Happy anniversary,
Thank you.
Rob.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm so sorry. I mean, you lived a good life. 91 years with gorillas.
Are you telling me what kind of life I lived? I know what kind of life I lived, goddammit. I lived it. I was famous primatologist Jane Goodall. And now I'm dead. I used to hang out with a guy named Louis Leakey, Rob. Remember Louis Leakey?
No.
Remember that name?
No.
Oh, man. And this dude was leaky. He was always putting the moves on us.
Well, wait a minute. You were... I said gorillas, but you were chimps, weren't you?
I worked with chimps, yeah.
Not gorillas.
There was like me and a couple of other ladies that were really into monkeys.
Yeah.
There was the lady who got killed.
Yep.
Remember Diane Fossey?
They ripped her face off, right?
Well, no, they other humans killed her.
Oh.
They chopped her face with a machete in her tent. It was bad, man. It was. But they made a movie about her. They made Gorillas in the Mist.
With the amount of stuff you've seen.
Oh, man. Yeah, and then another one of our friends is into like orangutans and stuff. But I was so beloved, Rob. So beloved. Can you believe it? And I was on a tour, man. I'm talking to people who want to hear me talk. And I died.
And where were you?
Imagine
when you
those
passed?
people asking for refunds the next day. Hey, I had tickets to see famous primatologist Jane Goodall speak, and I heard she died. Yeah, she died.
Well,
Can I get my money back for those tickets?
I mean, in all fairness, aren't you like what would you do? Like, wouldn't you try to get your money back? I mean, it seems
money,
logical.
Rob, I'm dead now.
Okay, when you were living,
Oh, when I
Miss
was living.
Goodall.
Well, people took care of me, though. I didn't need much of anything. I was 91, and people were worried that if they crossed me, I'd sick those monkeys on them. They knew I was friends with monkeys, Rob. Yeah?
So what was your actual cause of death? What was it? Just age? Did you?
As I understand it, my heart stopped.
Well, yes.
And then everything else just went after that, boy. Once that thing goes, you're in bad shape.
Yeah, I read that you passed peacefully in your sleep. Which,
Well, I don't know about that. I died, Rob. I don't know how I died because I was dead.
well, I know.
How am I going to know how I died?
I don't know. I would assume I've never died. I assume the dead would know how they died.
No, I don't know
No.
how I died.
That's-
I think a monkey tried to sit on my face. I think that's what it was. That's all I tell people. People ask, that's a boring story to go, I died in my sleep. Come on, man. I died because I died 69 in a monkey, Rob. That's what happened.
A chimp, yeah?
That makes for a much better story. That's right. A better story for me, the late, great, famed primatologist, Jane Goodall, Rob.
A hero to so many.
A hero to every kind of mammal. A friend to human and monkey alike. That's right.
Yeah, Reese Witherspoon, Leonardo DiCaprio, they said you were their hero.
Leo better say that. I let him finger me back in 2006. We were in a bathroom at the United Nations, and Leo tried to finger me back there, and I was, oh man, this guy. That's why whenever I see him, I give him a wink, and I call him Captain Monkey Finger, because that's what he was doing.
I thought he was more into the younger females.
He
Jane.
is. That's why I let him do it. He's like, I never even had my hands on anybody older than 28.
Maybe. So were you thinking like maybe his finger was like the fountain of youth?
Shut up, Rob. Listen, I don't know what the hell that means, man. I just want to say hi, okay? I gotta go. Hey, don't forget me.
Have a
Jane
peaceful- a
Goodall.
peaceful
I'm happy to... I'm gonna go haunt the national park, all right?
Have a peaceful transition.
Hey, thank you. Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Wow.
The celebrities we get on this show, Rob.
Wow.
The celebrities.
Famed primatologist Jane Goodall.
Oh, God, I forgot to do that money, didn't I?
Yeah,
oh,
whatever.
Jane Goodall called, and then it was all, okay, let me give you this money. It's $1,000. Hey, from the Buzzard Bookie, so listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right, I do have to take a break, but I will hand off these Adam Sandler tickets here for you. Adam Sandler is going on an arena tour, and he's coming to Cleveland. You're My Best Friend is the name of the tour. And it is, oh, wow, it's like in 10 days. Monday, October 13th at Rocket Arena. Go to rocketarena.com for the details. You get my last pair this week. 2 for Adam Sandler. If you saw his last hour on Netflix, it was very inventive, very funny. And you can see him live. Okay, caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox
Show. WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard Bookie does not offer same-game parlays, live betting, bonus bets, futures, props, odds boost, teasers, or deposit match. The Buzzard Bookie does offer $1,000 9 times a day, every weekday.
Yes. Oh my God! Yes! I won $1,000.
Oh, man. Get the action at 30 past the hour. Do not play responsibly. Listen with complete reckless abandon to 100.7 WMMS.
Leaking water. divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, hey, we're back tomorrow night, by the way. This week has really been all over the week. All over the place, rather. But tomorrow night, we're back with our metal show. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight, and so it starts at 10 o'clock. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And we play stuff like, sometimes we'll play these guys. Ocean's 8 Alaska, play a lot of local metal, play all kinds of different stuff. So some brand new music tomorrow night. Lamb of God just dropped a brand new song. We'll play that for you, and whatever else crosses the transom of your mind. If you're a metal fan, you should join us because it's a lot of fun. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight, and it's tomorrow night. Play some live Priest. Local band called Altus from Akron. We're going to play them. Corrosion of Conformity and Wolf Heart and all kinds of fun stuff.
Wolf Fart?
Wolf Heart.
Oh. Sorry.
That's one word. Wolf Fart.
Wolf Fart.
I guess it does sound like that, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Looking at it, I guess it didn't really. Right. When we're looking at it, I didn't think.
Sound of a wolf fart.
Right. Wolf Heart would be the band. Brand new music from Guilt Trip and Inhuman Condition. And so anyway, if you're a metal fan, I don't have to sell you on it, but it's Saturday nights. We're in that sweet spot where we are neither preempted by the Guardians or the Cavaliers. Cavs preseason, by the way, that starts Tuesday. The Bulls are in town. Maybe I'll go to that preseason game, Rob.
What night is it?
Oh,
Tuesday,
I can't. No, I keep
forgetting. Don't you have a concert?
I got that AFI show. Yeah. Anyway, I'll catch the Bulls when they're in town later in the season, but you'll hear the Cavs preseason games beginning Tuesday here on MMS after this program, and then the regular season gets underway on Wednesday, October the 22nd. And then it's just a short hop, skip, and jump to the NBA championships, which I'm predicting right now, Rob, the Cleveland Cavaliers will win.
God, they got
2025-26 NBA champion.
I think it's a hot take. They got a great team. They just got to be able to put it together at the end.
Mm-hmm. All next week, by the way, Rover and I will have tickets for you. If you want to see 9 Inch Nails, they are coming back in February. That Peel It Back tour that was just here, by the way. If you saw them at the Rocket Arena, it was a great show. Last day of August. And that tour continues. And they're going to play the Schottenstein Center in Columbus on February the 20th. The tickets are not on sale until Wednesday at noon. So Monday, Tuesday of next week, I will have those tickets for you before they go on sale. And then we'll have them the remainder of the week as well. Our friend Tim Misny will be back on the show next Friday. Been a long time since he's been on the show, and we've gotten to chop it up. I ran into him at Mike Polk's wedding a couple of weeks ago. I said, hey, you should come on, and we'll see what happens. And so that'll be next Friday where our buddy Timothy Misny, Esquire. Perhaps you're familiar with him, with his ubiquitous face and commercials and billboards all around Northeast Ohio.
And I can do the eyebrow thing, so I feel like the entire time I'm talking to him, I'm going to force myself to not do it.
You might. I think of him as the Rock of Cleveland, not WMMS. The wrestler, The Rock, from of Cleveland.
Dwayne Johnson?
Rock the Dwayne Johnson.
Rock the
yes.
Dwayne. Yeah, the Dwayne. I just get careful on that one.
Yeah, it's all right. The human brain. I'm fascinated by it. I love to know how it works. I wish I had one. But I was reading that the human mind peaks at 60. Now, you are in your cognitive prime in your late 50s is what they say. Now, I am newly 54. Rob is a few years behind me. You're in your, 47?
Yeah.
He's 47 years old. And they do, they're doing constant cognitive tests across demographic lines and things like that. And we can joke, although it's only half joking, that culturally people are kind of getting dumber. We're all getting dumber. Our brains were quite literally not created to keep up with the way society and tech and everything else is moving. We simply cannot keep up with it. But your late 50s, they say you're in your cognitive prime and that the human mind actually peaks at 60. Rob, what this tells me is that I have 6 short years in which to try to learn everything that I've ever wanted to learn, because then it's going to be all downhill from there.
Well, you could look at it as though the next 6 years are you're going to be your best from a mindset, right?
I guess, but, you really have to keep your mind elastic. You've got to work at it, right? It's like a muscle that you need to keep. That's why they tell old people, they're like, oh, do brain teaser games and crossword puzzles and things like that. You got to keep all those neurons firing. And so I need to make sure that my fluids are moving and make sure that, because I've talked about it before. I'm in pretty good shape. There are people a lot younger than I am who I know who are constantly complaining about something. Nothing on me hurts, but that could all go away one day. There's only so much you can do. And so what they're referring to in the thing I was reading is called crystallized intelligence. That's the accumulation of all your knowledge and experience that you kind of carry with you. There are personality traits. If you're a conscientious person, that's a personality trait, right? If you are an emotionally stable person, I don't know what those words mean, but I'm reading them, and I guess they mean something. Moral reasoning. I don't know what those words mean. But again, I've got 6 years to figure these things out, Rob. 6 years, which, boy, that's no time at all. It's no time at all. So let's say I'm still here in 6 years. My sincerest condolences to the audience, A. B, these people are going to be, they're going to be witness to my rapid cognitive decline, Rob. And what could be funnier than that?
Well, I'll be here for it.
So by the time you hit 60, that's pretty much where you're peaking out, I guess, as far as your brain goes. According to this, Alan, I'm so glad that the show won't be preempted anymore. Sports announcers hardly ever talk about poop, spooge, human putrefaction, or MAGA. Yeah, well, that is true. And sometimes, boy, it's a banner day when you can lump them all together in one fell swoop, as it were. So anyway, I'm looking forward to my brain peaking, because then you don't really have to worry about it anymore, right? When am I busting my ass trying to keep my brain elastic and reading things, Rob? What am I bothering with that for? Right? Everybody else is walking around drooling and licking their windows. They look happy. What am I missing? I need to get on board.
So do it.
So I'm going to take these last 6 years and really jam as much, because that's what bums me out. What bums me out, irrespective of how long your brain is really cooking, what bums me out is you think about all the things that you never get to know, all the things you never know, all the books you don't read, all the movies you don't see, all of this information that you could be squeezing into your brain. Now, you can make the argument, but for what? And that's a valid argument, too. To what end? Who cares? When you're dead, that's it. Who cares if you accumulate all this knowledge? Best you can do is maybe pass it on to somebody else. Except nobody believes anybody anymore. So what good is that? When you're done, you're done. You're worm food. So who knows? Hey, I heard from one of our New York bureau chiefs. We've got people in Hell's Kitchen. We've got young Mary Santora out there in Queens, and a handful of people spread throughout the 5 boroughs. And the race is over. The rats have won the New York City rat war. Rat check! Of course, everybody knows by now that there are rats and rodents for every man, woman, and child in the city of New York. And they're not alone. Major metropolitan areas are beset on all sides by rodents, to the extent where Eric Adams, who I believe is still the mayor of New York City, although on his way out, ostensibly, he designated a rat czar. He put a woman in charge of getting this rat situation under control. It's no joke when people tell you about how large the rats in New York City are. That's why some of them have saddles. But the rat czar has resigned. So the rats got the better of her. She looked into their beady eyes and said, I got nothing for you. The rodents in New York City have landed a decisive blow in this whole thing. How about that? And she just couldn't get it done. They gave her millions of dollars to address the rat problem. Of course, people were laughing at the time because they were trying to chemically castrate a lot of the rats. And they were like, yeah, rat sightings are down, but that's just anecdotal. Right? Doesn't matter how wealthy you are. It doesn't matter how high into the sky you make your home. If you are in New York, there's going to be mice. And if you're very wealthy, it's going to drive you crazy. You've got the means to try to eradicate them in your own domicile, I guess. But the rats have won in New York.
Rat shit!
So there you go.
I mean,
Thank you for passing
coming.
that on from our New York bureau chiefs.
You had to know it was coming. Those things have run that city for a long time.
I guess so. But why this current push over the past 5-6 years? Why this push?
I don't know.
To get rid of the rats, you know?
They tried and failed.
Mm-hmm.
See the size of those things. License plates on them.
Yeah. Yeah. Vanity plates.
Yeah.
Yeah. The size of dogs.
Big rats.
Alan, when I bend over to pick up my newspaper at 60, I can't wait for my fruit bowl to be peeking out of my bathrobe.
Yucky. Boy, that's gross.
Fruit bowl.
Yeah.
Like Tony Soprano.
Jesus Christ. My fruit bags. Look at my plums.
Look at those grapes.
Jesus Christ. Look at my fruit basket.
Oh, man.
Those are my nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, rats. And they've got him here when I go home to Chicago. You know, I'm going home for Thanksgiving. My son just moved there, so I'm going to try to go see him, check out his new spot before Thanksgiving. But you know, they'll be contending with rats too. And I think it's probably too much to ask that you try to make peace with them. But they have won, at least in New York City. Brian, Rob, called us a lot while we were doing our live shows during the Guardians playoffs at Flannery's. Called a lot. Well, the last couple of weeks have been weird for the show because you were in Florida for some family stuff.
Yeah.
And then the Guardians playoff games kind of carved out the middle of this week. And the entire time, Brian never let up. Now, again, 90% of it unusable. But I got a little bit here. Now, you'll know the song if you want to hear it. You'll know the song.
You can't hide those lying eyes.
So you know the song,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
He doesn't hold Jeff Lebowski's hatred of Eagles. He loves them.
You can't hide those lying eyes. And your smile is a thin disguise. I thought by now you'd realize, but there ain't no way to hide those lying eyes.
I mean, he kind of. Sometimes I just want to hear him do the song justice.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to play with it.
That's probably the first time he's stayed true to the song. I mean, he threw his vibrato there in at the end, but before that, it was pretty accurate.
And frankly, as a big Eagles fan, that's one of my favorite songs of theirs. I forget how long that song is. Lion Eyes is a 6.5-minute song, and it's one of their best. It tells a story, right? A woman trades her independence for comfort and security with an old man, with an old wealthy man whose hands are cold as ice, and she longs for her life before. It's a gilded cage that they describe. Now, Brian doesn't, he's too smart to get into all that subtext. You don't need all that mishigas to crank out a killer tune like he does.
Can't hide those lying eyes, and your smile is a thin disguise. I thought by now you'd realize, but there ain't no way to hide those lying eyes. Honey, you can't hide your lying eyes.
Oh, what a good song. Just Lion Eye's a great song. I think I want to find a way to see Eagles at the Sphere when they do that residency.
Really?
Yes, I need to figure that out. Because I've never seen him. And sure, it's not Glenn Fry's gone, and, so it's his son, and Vince Gill is in there, but that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I love Joe Walsh. Love Don Henley. Love the rest of the guys. Big Eagles fan. That was a band that my mom listened to a lot, so I heard a lot of Eagles when I was a kid.
They don't belong on Yacht Rock, though. Like, I hear people play that song on Yacht Rock, and it doesn't work for me. It doesn't belong. It's not Yacht Rock.
Well, but it does kind of, I agree with you, but I get where people are coming from. I mean, if they're using that term very loosely, and I guess you can make it whatever you want, once you get past kind of your Mount Rushmore of Yacht Rock. We were talking about this the other day, right? Rick Springfield is doing like the Yacht Rock Festival. Like, that's a huge stretch. But Eagles, I'm like, okay, but that they kind of typified that early 70s Southern California kind of vibe. Maybe a little too country for Yacht Rock. I don't know. But I wouldn't hate it. If I was going to a Yacht Rock festival and they go, hey, we got Don Henley and Timothy B. Schmidt.
I mean, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
But it's not Yacht Rock.
I know. I understand. Shades of difference. You know what else isn't Yacht Rock? These guys. Oh, man. Acid Bath. These guys were a kind of a cautionary tale in the early 90s. They were one of those bands that had obsessed fans, but they didn't last very long, man. They all went their separate ways, and substance abuse got in the way, and then they kind of made a triumphant return 30 years later and started doing festivals. I saw them at Incarceration over the summer, and they're coming back to play March 13th at the Agora. 2 hours to midnight, our metal show, presenting Acid Bath. They are your headliner, along with a lot of other great bands. Midnight and Nunslaughter, both from Cleveland, Ohio. Amigo the Devil, remember them? They're on the bill, too. Friday the 13th of March. You'll be sitting on these for a minute, but it's going to be a good show. I'll see you there. I'll be up in the box. At the world-famous Agora, AXS.com for the details. You get my last 2 tickets this week for Acid Bath. So good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. From the Mr. Hero
I crave a hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
We'll clear out for abundant sunshine as we go through your Friday. Temperatures will be warm, well above average, with highs topping out near 80 degrees. A light breeze from the south. Clear skies continue tonight with temperatures back in the 50s.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Get 2 #1 selling bacon cheeseburgers, Wendy's JBC, plus medium fries and soft drink for just $8. Total game changer. Order today. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Request JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Claim per independent market research company.
Leaking water heater.
Just call sales. Just call sales.
and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Halloween, and listen now.
iHeartRadio.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've got another $1,000 for you, about 9 or 10 minutes away, about 30 past every hour, all week. We do take the weekend off, so 4:30 and 5:30. Your last two chances to win this week. Then we'll start it again Monday morning with Rover. I'm keeping an eye on this. I've been doing the update. I don't know why. It's not like I've been paying attention to the Diddy thing all the way through. But today is the sentencing. Top of the show today, they were just coming back from a lunch recess. I guess he's still talking to the judge. He's like begging the judge. Who gets custody of all the Astroglide if Diddy goes up the river? Like they said, obviously the defense, they want him to do 14 months, which would include time served. You know, he's been in the New York Metro for a year now, so he would only be in there for 2 more months. Obviously, prosecution wants like 11 years in there. But he's still a young man, right? I mean, even if they gave him 11, which they probably won't, they'll probably give him 7. He'll be out in 2. And big deal. He'll still have all of his money, you know, but he is throwing himself at the mercy of the court. This is a guy who had the means to create what they call a mitigation video, right? A lot of people post or they'll put something in front of the judge when it comes to sentencing, like they said that Diddy did, you know, with here's footage of him playing with his kids and his charity work and all that.
Yeah, but then they just have to go.
He can produce the thing, you know what I mean? He can make it look like a little mini movie.
They can do whatever they want, but then they just go, yeah, and here's some footage of him beating the ever-loving crap out of his girlfriend in the hallway of a hotel.
That's the other side of that coin. That's right. Now, again,
I mean, there's two sides to the guy.
But again, he's not denying any of that either because he can't. It's right there on video. And it's too early in the game for him to claim that it's fake or it's AI or, you know,
You're right.
That's everybody's new go-to defense now is it's going to be, well, that's AI or that's deep faked or whatever. Because I don't know how the legal profession is going to contend with things like that in the future because that technology is changing so rapidly that it's like, the old line about like, the camera never lies. That's long gone. Like, you know, I don't know how anyone is going to know what's real and what's not anymore. But a little too early for that, for Diddy's purposes. I don't have nobody to blame but myself, he said. I know I'll never put my hands on another person again.
That's not true.
I know I've learned my lesson. Well, that's the thing, though. Even if you get out of this, and it's not like he's going to get out. I don't think they're going to give him 11 years, but I don't think they're going to give him 14 months. I don't know. A lot of people think that he got railroaded, too. A lot of people are like, look, there were people that were, you know, consensual in this whole thing. But again, I just haven't been watching this every single day. I don't have a dog in the fight. But, you know, it's like when you watch the last 10 minutes of a football game or something. That's kind of what I'm doing with Diddy. Today was a sentencing day, and I'm curious what happens.
Well, yeah, it's a big deal.
It's not going to change any of our lives, no matter what happens.
It may.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, listen, the biggest story so far today is that Taylor Swift released new music. I mean, now Diddy's going to take away some of the shine on that.
He's going to be just like Kanye jumping on stage.
Yep.
I'm going to let you finish, but first I got to get sentenced for all these freak-offs.
Right.
You know, I wasn't aware that Taylor Swift was dropping a new album today. But our friend Jeremiah came in here before we went on the air, and he played me a little of one of her songs, and she's talking about her Big D, Rob.
I know. He played it for me, too.
She is getting saucy, Taylor Swift.
Well, she's back to the Poppy Taylor, too. We're away from the singer-songwriter Taylor.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what. Oh, is that what it is? Like, okay, back to like Bad Blood type stuff and all that. I
don't
haven't
know.
followed her trajectory other than like what I see in headlines and
The
think pieces and things
The
like
new
that.
song is, what the hell is it called?
The Life of a Showgirl is the
That's
album.
the album, yeah.
Yeah. Debuts a new song about Travis Kelce's Wood. The song's called Wood.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably a song his parents might want to skip, huh?
Yeah, but your parents know what kind of wood you got. I mean, you know.
Well, still.
They made you. They've seen you in every iteration.
But probably not recently. You know, like, sure, yeah, they saw it when they were changing his diaper, but...
Yeah. Swift sings that her beau took her to, quote, new heights as her opened her thighs and left her dematized. I'm, of course, editing myself there. All right.
The Fate of Ophelia is the lead single, I'm being told.
Listen.
Yeah, Father
good
Figure's
for
the
her. Good, Father Figure is what he played me. At first, I was like, that's not a George Michael cover? Is that what they're doing there?
Yeah, that's the one where she says the thing about the D.
The D, yeah.
She says, let me see, I got to pull up the lyrics.
But again, you know, if she's written a song about her fiance called Wood, good for her. What dude wouldn't want a song to be written for him?
I'll be your father figure. I drink that brown liquor. I can make deals with the devil because my D's bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's even. That's no big deal.
No, not at all.
I mean, maybe for her, you know, people are like, oh.
Yeah, she's like
some
a
degree
40-year-old girl.
Yeah, some degree of pearl clutching might happen there just because maybe you've never heard her in that. But again, she doesn't have many more depths to plumb, Rob. You know, people joking about she's going to have one hell of an album after they split up. I think these crazy kids can make it.
Can you believe Taylor Swift talk about having a big D? She's 35 years old.
She that old?
Yeah.
Well, we have all grown up with Lil Tay-Tay, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
She will promote the new album on Jimmy Fallon Monday night. And then she will do Seth Meyers on Wednesday night. And they're doing an album release and all that kind of stuff. They're going to put it in movie theaters and blah, blah, blah. But good for her. One of the reviews I read, though, was that it was a masterpiece of cringe.
The new album?
Yeah, and there's probably no way around that. If you're still writing songs like you did when you were 21, but you are 35. Yeah, the review and again, it's one review, but the review I read was, the new album plays best when you hardly listen to it at all.
Jesus.
So it's like that. Listen, for someone who has had the success she's had, big deal if a couple of people are like, yeah, it's not that, whatever.
Yeah, who cares?
Who cares?
She'll sell 1 billion copies of it. She'll go on the road. She'll sell out football stadiums. She'll be just fine.
That's also got to be difficult. Listen, female pop stars of any age are going to be judged a lot more harshly than their male counterparts. But that's got to be a tough thing to navigate when you are 35 and you're like, well, I'm not old. You know, I'm 35. I'm not old. But I can't write songs like I'm 21. So I don't know. But she's not married yet. So, again, I don't have a dog in this fight either. I don't have friends or relatives who are Swifties. But
my girls like her. I wouldn't go as far as to say they're Swifties anymore, but they like Taylor.
Yeah, I just don't. She seems like a very sweet person, and her music is obviously not for me. But if you're Travis Kelce and she's written a song for you, and it's called Wood,
yeah,
I'd be like, hey, thanks.
Skip track 9.
Hey, that's
Mom.
great. Skip track 9, yeah. So, yeah, Jeremiah came in pre-show and played me a little bit of it. And I was like, well, listen, good for her. I didn't even know she was dropping an album because I haven't been inside a Target for a while. So I didn't see any banners being hung.
Boy, she compares it to a redwood tree. I'm reading the lyrics.
But she
Jesus.
also has to. She's not going to call him, my little cashew king.
No, but if you're writing a song about it,
my man's like David Lee Roth.
She's
not going to write a song like that.
A circus peanut in leather pants.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Not going to do that. She said the song says she's unlucky in love until Kelsey and his magic wand came along. New heights of manhood, I ain't got to knock on wood. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. Again, that's like the nicest way you could do a song like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the most inoffensive way to do, because she's still Taylor Swift, right? She's not Cardi B. There's not going to be any, macaroni in a pot.
New heights of manhood.
Yes.
She keeps saying, forgive me. It sounds cocky, too.
He's
she's so
a
punny.
football champion. He's a pipe swinging dude. Good for him.
Good for him, man. Yeah, it's just why does one dude get to have everything?
Well, I know he has everything. What does he have everything? Money. He's successful as an athlete, which he's worked hard for.
Yeah.
As, Taylor Swift.
Right. And a huge hog.
Well, big enough for her.
No.
Obviously, she's going to. We don't know what he's packing. She's gonna take artistic license because it's her man, and she's not gonna do a song about how he's fine.
Or you just wouldn't write the song.
She's
writing a song because it's biblical.
She's writing a song because she loves it. There's a lot of women who, and I'm not saying this is the case, but there's a lot of women out there who have a man who's just fine, but it's great for them because they love him, and they're like, hey, man. Motion of the ocean.
Yeah, I guess, man. But I think
he might be hung.
If you're gonna write a song about someone's wang, it's big. It's gotta back to the license plate thing.
However, she is slight. Maybe perception is reality.
I guess.
Maybe it seems big to her.
But she's wicked tall. You know what I mean? It's not like, she's thin, but she's tall. Like, it's relative to her, it's still got to be huge.
Well, good.
That's what I'm saying. Good for him.
Listen.
But why does he get to have everything? Like, I'd just take one of those four things.
I guess, yeah. I good for him. I'm happy for him.
I'll take the money.
Shouldn't do anything for me.
Take the Taylor.
Yeah.
Take the hog. Any of it. Nothing. I got none of those things.
If he gave up one thing, you'd be there to catch it.
Yeah. And I just got none.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, these two crazy kids seem very happy, and I hope it all works out. But the new Taylor Swift album is out. The Life of a Showgirl. Her 12th album. Crazy.
It really is.
Here's $1,000. You might not have all those other things, but you can have $1,000 in your pocket. Whatever you're lacking in, let's say, hog, you can make up for in largesse. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So our friend Walter Williams leaves a call about my food and drink being stolen from our communal refrigerator. Mm-hmm. And he goes on like this whole kind of preacher vibe. You know, Walter Williams calls us, leaves messages, and I think he just loves talking, whether or not it makes sense. You tell me if you can understand what he's trying to say here.
Mr. Cox, I commend you, my fine brethren, for announcing the theft of your property, such as Celsius and other consumables. Those who would steal from you are the product of ejaculation that should have been left upon the buttocks or the thigh.
He's really going in, isn't he? I feel like I should have a pipe organ under this guy, as it were.
Perhaps the stomach of a whore. And I commence upon those who would steal from you, Mr. Cox. So they will then be marked with the excrement of their thievery with avian excrement. So all will bear witness to whom they are products of syphilitic whoredom.
Wow.
Those who would steal from you.
See if he does his sign off.
Mr. Cox, hey, the show, Walter Williams. You, bye-bye.
Yeah, he did.
All
Oh, my
right.
God. Here's the sign off. He goes, F you, bye-bye.
I just love
Syphilitic Whoredom. I'm playing them tomorrow night, by the way, on 2 hours to midnight, our Saturday night metal show.
I just love that he went for the leaving it out thing. Like people that are so awful that they would go to steal your things should have been left out than in.
Mm-hmm.
And the way he describes, so fantastic. I'm putting that one towards
Left
the top
on
of his
the
calls.
buttocks.
Yeah. Or the belly of a whore.
Those who would steal from you are the product of ejaculation that should have been left upon the buttocks or the thigh, perhaps the stomach of a whore. And I commence a...
Right. Okay. Thank you, Walter. I appreciate the call there. And, you know.
That's toward the top of my favorite Walter Williams calls.
Left on the buttocks.
The belly of a whore.
But then he signs off. Again, I like how he does his little reveal. Hey, everybody, it's me, Walter Williams.
F you.
Hate the show. F you. Bye-bye. Right. Listen, if nothing else, he sounds in better spirits. You know, sometimes he finds him, he's quite infirmed, blind, no legs. And, you know, he's called us from the hospital. He's got a lot of free time when he's there in the hospital. But at least he sounds like he's in better spirits. Like he got his dander up to get us that little sermon there. The buttocks.
The buttocks.
I do like syphilitic whoredom, though. I won't lie to you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You read about this kid who got killed on a hunting trip because one of his, somebody else thought that he was a squirrel. I don't know how you make that mistake. I mean, obviously, if somebody is so trigger happy that anything they hear, they just fire, that's not somebody you want to be on a hunting trip with. This was in Iowa. It was a 17-year-old kid shot in the back of the head by somebody in his own hunting party who thought his head was a squirrel.
Well, I mean, in all fairness.
Maybe take half a second. I mean, first off, there's squirrel hunting. I guess I didn't even realize that was still a thing. I don't know. I guess there's some people who hunt anything, but the group was squirrel hunting when around 3 p.m, one of the people in the hunting party mistook this kid who is over 6 feet tall for a squirrel and fired and hit him in the back of the head. So obviously it's tragic, but I'm like, Jesus, how do you whiff that one?
Maybe he was wearing a squirrel hat.
Boy, that's a really bad place to wear your squirrel hat.
You would think.
On a squirrel hunting trip. You don't want the decoy on your cabeza.
I agree, but
they rushed him to University of Iowa Healthcare Medical Center, but he was dead on arrival. And so he was part of the Washington, Iowa High School's boys track and field team. Of course, they posted a lot of tributes. How'd you like to be the other person at that party that then has to go explain to the parents what happened? I thought he was a squirrel. You what? I thought he was a squirrel. But I guess all bets are off when you're hunting, right?
There has to be more to that. Like, I make the joke about him wearing that hat, but like, maybe he was crouched down, going to the bathroom, you know, like.
Oh, no, I assume he was low to the ground. I don't think anybody thought that there was like a, Rocky the Flying Squirrel. Yeah, right. But still, I mean, I don't know. So they've started a GoFundMe campaign for the family that's already pulled in over $50,000. By the way, speaking of GoFundMes, you want to talk about putting faith in action. Whatever you think about religious people, I have no God. But whatever you think about how religious people are supposed to conduct themselves in a culture now where people act the exact opposite. I was reading about how, like, the Latter-day Saints there in Michigan are raising money for the family of the guy who shot all those people and burned that church. They're like, Yeah, it was your son who did it. It was a grown-ass man, but he was, a Trump guy or something. Irrespective of that, they're like, yeah, but his family, they're grieving too. I mean, holy cow. I mean, that's hard to come by, people who are acting that way. They're like, well, yeah, they're a family in grieving and in crisis too. Like raising money for the shooter's family.
No, ultimate forgiveness.
Yeah. Yeah. Wild. I'm going to take a break here. 35192. Want to send me a text for anything, do it there. You can watch on our YouTube channel. Listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
What about you, Charlie? If you needed to find a job,
No idea.
Where would you?
Literally no idea. I guess I'd go to monster.com.
Is it even still a thing?
I don't know. That's the only one I know.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
If you've been hurt in a car accident, your life feels like it's frozen in time. How long it stays that way depends on what you do next and who you call for help. At Nuremberg Paris, we're here to help you and your family break free from the burden of a serious injury. After a car accident, call us so we can help you move forward. Call Nuremberg Paris at 216-621-2300 or visit nphm.com. Nuremberg Paris, fighting for the injured since 1928.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey there, local business owner. Ready to make some more money? Whether you own an auto shop or a dinner spot, Valpak Direct Marketing can help you do just that. All bells and whistles are included, so you advertise when and where it counts to reach new customers that spend more. Measurable results, proven reach, zero guesswork. That's Valpak. Visit valpak.com/advertise.
100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Boy, I couldn't love this band more. Turnstile. They're so goddamn good. I was hoping maybe they were coming through because I know they're on tour, but they're not. I can't get out to the West Coast in October, Rob. You're never going to believe it, but I can't.
Why?
Oh, life, baby, life.
Oh.
Hey, listen, I got to tell you, that Sean Diddy Combs, they just announced the live announcement of what this guy got. And it was pretty much in the middle. I mean, the prosecution wanted him to get 11 years. I said there's no way they're going to give him 11 years. And the defense wanted him to just get basically time served and a couple of more months. And what did they give him, 4 years?
4 years, 2 months.
4 years, 2 months. There you go. Simply no way to know how many months total that is. But there you go. 4 years and 2 months.
Hold on. 50.
Wow, 50 months. Oh, he's 55. I guess I didn't maybe realize he was that old. I guess I thought, what was I thinking? Diddy's been around forever. 4 years and 2 months. So it's not nothing. I mean, it's not 11 years. I think he was hoping, his best hope was, he's like, well, maybe they'll, give me a few more months and I'll walk out of here. But I don't think there was any way that they were going to want time served to be his punishment.
Well, I'm sure it's going to come into consideration, though. Like they're going to be like, yeah, okay, let him out in 2 years.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So total, he basically got 5 years.
Right.
Because he's been in there for a year. He was sentenced under the Mann Act, ironically. Makes it, M-A-N-N, makes it illegal to transport. So they were charging him with human trafficking.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I knew there were a lot of spinning plates in this, and so I didn't really pass those initial charges. I didn't really keep my ear to the ground. But now, again, 4 years and 2 months, he'll be out in half that, right? He'll be out in a couple of years.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Yeah. Jurors acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy. They were trying to get him on a bunch of stuff. But I think that was the weakest leg of that stool with the RICO charges. And because that stuff is like life sentence, right?
Yeah,
if they got him on sex trafficking and RICO charges and all that kind of crap. They convicted him of flying people across state lines, which is part of trafficking.
But when these
legally.
guys, when they build a case, they try every possible thing to try you with when they're going hard.
Well, but they said that at the outset of this whole thing, that's a gamble too, because if you throw everything at somebody, that's how Trump got off. They throw everything at somebody, then they pick it apart and they go, well, there's really not a whole lot of there. The Diddy thing, you had a lot of statements from a lot of people. You had video evidence, you had,
Yeah, but I think everybody knew the racketeering thing wasn't going to stick.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I get what he was doing. And if the Mann Act didn't exist, he wouldn't be going to jail. You know what I mean? Like, that's on the newer side of things.
So, yeah, he gave a statement to the judge before they came down with the sentencing. Said that he was a new man, of course. Everybody finds Jesus in the joint, right?
It's the same law that they put R. Kelly away with.
He said that with his mind clear of drugs and alcohol after a year in jail, he can see how rotten he had become before his arrest. Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? I mean, when you're kind of left to your own devices and there's nobody telling you no, most people, I think, would go down a really dark path. If you have everything laid out in front of you, human nature is such that most people are going to be like, I'll do some of this, and I'll do some of that, then I'll do some of this. And then when those doors shut, you know.
But I think most people would stop at human trafficking.
Well, again, it's not, and this is kind of the case that I think the defense was making. He's like, these weren't giant shipping containers full of women. This is the legal definition of human trafficking.
Yeah, but
which is him putting a girl on a G6 and sending her out to his party. You know, that was the case people were trying to make, is they were like, yeah, these girls are getting paid to go to these parties, and he was flying them out on a private plane. But the legal definition of sex trafficking falls, the rubric falls, you know, under that. 4 years, 2 months. The judge tells Sean Combs to expect a hard time. This is hard time in prison, away from your family, friends, and community, but you will have a life afterward. That's if nobody wants to make a name for themselves by taking out Sean Diddy Combs.
Oh, so it was, by the way, they're counting his years served. So he's
so he gets 3 years.
3 years.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So he gets 3 years. All right, well, all right. Then he'll be out in 18 months. He won't even be 60. He's still got a life, right? And now you got cred. I mean, Diddy never had cred. And now you come out. Although wasn't 50 Cent like giving him a hard time the whole time? Wasn't 50 Cent trolling him?
Did you see what
the
he
whole
wrote?
time? I didn't see what he wrote,
Oh,
but
he
I just saw
posted
like
a thing,
I saw like
dude.
a headline that he was like trolling Diddy. I'm like, why?
Oh, he hates him.
Why?
That's going way back. Let me see if I can find it. He sent a note to the judge.
Oh boy, lock this guy up.
Oh yeah.
Boy, imagine that. It's one thing to not be on the guy's side when you're like in the business. It's another thing to be like, yeah, this guy sucks.
That's exactly what he did.
Lock him up.
I'm trying to find
Judge said, good works don't wash away crimes. Well, yeah.
So let's see. I'll read it quick here. Dear Judge, whatever the guy's name was. I have had an ongoing dispute with Puffy for over 20 years. He's very dangerous. Multiple times I've feared for my life. I think you should consider the safety of the general public, Your Honor, before unleashing him upon them. There hasn't been enough time for him to reform or make any adjustments despite his trying to teach a class in prison. As you're already aware, the government has spent the maximum amount of money on deploying federal agencies, which appeared to be an army in 2 locations simultaneously. Later, his son's... Oh, I just lost it. Later, his son, who dealing with his...
This sounds exactly like something that 50 Cent would write.
Well, yeah, I mean, it probably was, somebody else or ChatGPT.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this guy's writing dangerous, menace to society.
What happened to 50 Cent?
I don't know. They've been going at it for, you just said, 20 years.
I know, but talk about the 180 that guy did. This guy used to walk through and,
Oh, here you go.
His whole claim to fame was that nobody was harder than him.
Anyway, Diddy's only going to return to hiring more male sex workers and keeping most of the baby oil away from the general public.
Well, now he's trolling him. I mean, why? Yeah, but I mean, if it's just beef, whatever.
You got to be a special kind of mad to do that.
I guess so. I remember meeting 50 Cent one time. And he was walking down the hallway. I was in there in Pittsburgh, and he was doing an appearance in our Top 40 station. And he was walking down the hall, and the guy basically took up half the hallway. And he had, like, these 2 dudes with him. And he was, like, getting flanked by these 2 guys.
Oh, yeah.
But what a 180, right? Where if your whole bit is that there's nobody harder than you, and now you're writing letters, that's just to F with the guy.
Oh, yeah.
That's not from, like, some kind of legal perspective. Like, why do that? Why submit a letter like that to the judge saying, I have beef with this guy? They're like, yeah, it's not about you, bro. Oh, it's about these women.
I think he was trying to show a pattern of him being...
Well, the pattern was well established. This was 50 Cent throwing himself into the mix. I don't understand the end game of that.
Well, maybe people hadn't talked enough about 50 Cent lately.
I guess so. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, drink vitamin water. Is he still part of that?
Yeah, he's got
vitamin water.
What was his Formula 50?
I don't know what that is.
That was the flavor of vitamin water.
Oh, Formula 50 vitamin water.
It was grape. It was awesome.
Okay. I didn't even know if vitamin water was still a thing anymore.
So it was since 2006, it looks like.
That they've had beef, or that he's been selling purple vitamin water?
No. No, since they've had beef.
Oh.
It looks like it started with a diss track called The Bomb.
The Bomb.
The Bomb.
Okay. Oh, so that 50 Cent, that was like in the original rolling out vitamin water, because he was the guy, right? And then Coke bought it. He sold it to Coke or whatever.
That's where, because he was broke. Remember? I mean,
right,
he lost.
Yes.
He had a mansion not horribly far from where I lived in Springfield. He was in Connecticut, and it was like he lost it. They repossessed everything.
Right, I remember that. And Vitamin Water brought him back.
Yep. Formula 50.
Right. Drink This or Die Trying. I remember that album. That sold a lot of copies. I got some food news, by the way, for you. Speaking of celebrities and their beverages, Ben Stiller has dropped a line of soda.
Oh, God.
Yes, because the soda market is so, it's not crowded at all. You go to the stores like a new kind of pop is on the shelves every week. Oh, these are good for you. Oh, are they? Anyway, why not, right? Celebrities are looking for, nobody's making $20 million a movie anymore. So they're all looking for new revenue streams. Billy Bob Thornton is in goddamn cell phone commercials now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Parker Posey is driving Hyundais, and Jason Bateman is intoning the narration. Some people have been doing campaigns for a long time, but now the celebrities that you probably would have never seen before in campaigns, because you got to get that money. Now they're up against it with like AI actors. Ben Stiller launches Stiller Soda, the world's refreshingest soda.
Oh, boy.
The advertisement that I saw, it's root beer, lemon lime, and Shirley Temple flavor. What is Shirley Temple flavor? I know Shirley Temple is like a virgin cocktail.
Yeah, they put.
What is the flavor? Is it cherry?
Grenadine.
Grenadine. So it's like a cherry flavor?
Yeah, they put that in like a Sprite or ginger ale. That's
okay.
Throw a cherry in it. Kids feel like they have a little mocktail.
The sodas are only 30 calories and are packed with essential vitamins. And it's got kind of I'll show you on the live stream here. It's got a little bit like an old school kind of vibe to it. It's called Stillers.
I was going to say, I was very eye-rolly until I saw the logo and stuff. Like I actually kind of dig it. I think it's cool. It looks like it's old school.
It's important to point out that it is possessive of his name, so there is an apostrophe. It's going to be very confusing to people who want to drink this in Pittsburgh. Because you guys had Stillers. No, they're over there at Acrisure Stadium. They're not playing today. They're on the road. No, I want some Stillers. You got Stillers? I'm thirsty. I'm feeling a little peckish. I got cap and egg down at Permanis. I needed 6 of Stillers. No, they're on the road, you jag off. They're not even here. You guys don't have Stillers? You don't sell that?
The Pop.
Oh, the Pop. You like Pop Warner? No. Like Funko Pop? I got me that TJ Watt Funko Pop. I walked in there to the Barnes & Nobles right there on the shelf. How about that Aaron Rodgers? Oh, he's a saint, ain't he?
Ugh.
He's a savior in black and gold, my friend. I forget that guy is playing for them.
I hate it.
So, Stiller's Pop there. You mean like the iron carbon alloy? No, it's a drink. You know Ben Stiller, the Severance guy? Yeah. He's got a pop. All right, yummy. So it's
cool story, bro.
Cool story, bro. I'll see you down the Strip District, all right? Maybe John Eagle sells it. It will be sold exclusively in New York City and on Amazon. It will also be sold at Walmart.com beginning in 2026. So I guess you'd have to go to Zabar's when you're in town to get Stiller's Pop. Ben Stiller dropping a line of pop there.
You can buy it online.
Yes! Amazon. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, owned by Hershey, by the way. They were sued by someone who claimed that the Reese's Halloween pumpkin candies aren't spooky enough.
Oh, God.
People will file a lawsuit I still don't know why there isn't tort reform. People who scream about tort reform, they're like, this is why. I know lawyers fight against it because, they want the jobs, but the judge dismissed the lawsuit against the Hershey Company by somebody who claimed that their candies tricked customers by depicting spooky Halloween designs on their packaging. But when you open them up, if you've ever opened up one of those Reese's peanut butter pumpkins, they're just smooth, right? They're just the shape of a pumpkin. But on the wrapper, it's got a face and it's got a scary thing. Jack-o'-lanterns and ghosts. And somebody sued. A class action lawsuit. A bunch of people. Yeah, let me get on board with that. And so the judge was like, look, people might have been disappointed by this, but it's not like the product was flawed. It was still a chocolate and peanut butter candy. It still tasted like chocolate, still tasted like peanut butter. They've been able to replicate those flavors with whatever fake stuff they've got in there. And but again, people file lawsuits and they go, let's see what happens.
I just hate that it was able to even get to a judge. Like, that should have never even been able to be filed. It's so frivolous.
There is the wrapping there. Reese's Peanut Butter Pumpkin's got a face on the front. Then you open it up. Of course, that's what it looks like. And they alleged deceptive advertising. Deceptive advertising. Why don't you buy one, open it up, and go, oh, that's what it looks like? They said they dismissed the case. Said this does not constitute economic injury. Nobody lost any money over this. Nobody's out anything. And it's up to you what you expect. It's like when you watch a hamburger commercial and then you go buy one. You know it's not going to look like what it looks like on television. One of the most fascinating conversations I ever had was with somebody who was a food photographer many years ago. And they would tell you about all people who shot commercials and things, and when they'd tell you about all of the elements that would be substituted for other elements, right? Cereal commercials. They don't use milk, they use glue. Because milk looks gray when it's lit, or it looks too thin, or whatever, right? So glue is used because it's thick and it's white and it's whatever. So there's all kinds of substitutions made for the purposes of advertising and marketing. Because a lot of and you know this if you ever see like a local restaurant who has decided to put photos of their food online, but they don't know how to light food. And so it looks terrible. You're like, wow, based on this alone, I would not want to eat there. Food is something you have to light and photograph in a very specific way if you want it to look appetizing, which is the whole point. Because you're trying to get people to buy it and eat it. But if I'm watching a Burger King commercial, I realize when I walk in there, it's not going to look like the commercial. Remember the movie Falling Down with Michael Douglas? He was just a guy who had had enough. And this guy was walking through the city and he was complaining. Why, it's just, this movie it's probably 30 years old, but it was like boomer catnip. That's a movie I can't believe more people aren't talking about now as Falling Down. Oh, this guy's a middle-aged white dude, and he lost his job, and he's getting a divorce, and his car breaks down, and so he's walking through L.A. over the course of a day, and nothing goes right. And he runs into some gangbangers, and he tells them, hey, what's wrong with you? And he walks in to get a hamburger for lunch. He's like, why doesn't this look like the picture? I love the movie, but it was kind of this like snapshot of grievance in the early 90s. And I'm surprised, given the tenor of everybody calling themselves victims now, that more people haven't referenced that movie currently. It was a big hit. Made money. I like that movie. Speaking of movies, Tron Ares. How about this? Atticus Ross, Trent Reznor scoring the film. I think the soundtrack dropped today, as a matter of fact. We are doing an early advanced screening of the film. It opens wide next Friday. Tron Ares. Every 15, 20 years you get a sequel. This one with Jared Leto. Opens everywhere next Friday. Nine Inch Nails doing the soundtrack for Tron Ares. Tuesday night is when we will do our advanced screening at the Phoenix Theaters at Great Northern Mall. If you want to go, you and a pal, a preview of Tron Ares. Looks good. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm a sucker for those movies. You can get my last pair here. So good luck. 2 for Tron on Tuesday night. And then it opens everywhere else 1 week from today. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart
Sponsored by Jasper.
Remember, our devices are always listening to us.
We are.
So if you start to see ads for squeezy salads and wiener milk, you know who to blame. The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
I got another $1,000 for you. Last one of the day, last one of the week. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. That next keyword going to show up around 5:30, and then we will pick it back up on Monday morning with RMG. Also next week, Rover and I will both have tickets for you if you want to see 9 Inch Nails. They were just here in Cleveland last day of August, hometown show on that Peel It Back tour. But they're setting their dates for 2026, one of which is going to be in Columbus. And so those tickets are not on sale until Wednesday at noon, at which point you'll be able to get them through Ticketmaster. But all next week, I will have them for you. They're going to play the Schottenstein Center in Columbus on Friday, February the 20th. So whether or not you saw 9 Inch Nails, maybe you missed them here, maybe you want to see them again, I'll be able to hook you up all next week around 3:40 is when I'm going to give those away. Also, tickets next week if you want to see Steel Panther. They're on the Field of Steel 15th anniversary tour. That gets them here a couple of Thursdays from now out at MGM Northfield Park. Right down around Akron Way, the Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory. Get those passes all next week. Comedian Adam Ray is doing the Agora. He's been a funny guy for a while, but I think he really blew up doing that Dr. Phil bit that he does. He's the guy that does the Dr. Phil impression.
And the Biden.
And Biden, yep. And Queensryche are on the road with Accept, the Volume and Vengeance tour. That's mid-November out at MGM Northfield Park. 2 bands that do not have their original singers in place, but still out and doing their thing. So all of those shows next week. Alan, what a bunch of bull honky that those peanut butter Reese's pumpkins aren't scary enough. I have nightmares about 3 things: corpses, nuclear war, and peanut butter pumpkins. All right. Take them at their word, by the way. Steffi asks if we'd like to join her class action suit against Johnson & Johnson. Rob? She found out that baby oil is not, in fact, made from real babies. I get it. Listen, you gotta love old street jokes.
Well done.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Yeah. Alan, a woman sued TGI Fridays over the tater skin snack chips. She thought they were made out of the actual loaded potato skins and that they were healthy. Yeah, those chips. I think maybe there was a part of me that thought that they were dried potato skins, too. I've never had them, but just based on the bag, maybe.
But wouldn't you just assume it's a potato chip flavored like that?
I think what this person, you thought that they were the dried potato skins.
Yeah, but how would you do that?
I don't know.
Do you know how many goddamn potato skins you'd have to let dry out to put into one bag?
I know.
Did she win?
They said she won.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Everybody knows piles of cheese, bacon, and sour cream are health food. Yeah. I don't know. There's no, I don't ever assume that it's done out of stupidity. I think now, there's plenty to go around of that, to be sure. However, I always think of it just done out of opportunism. People that are like, hey, my lawyer doesn't get paid unless I get paid. So they're going to see to it that they get something. And no harm, no foul. So I think there's a lot of people who think that way. And, you walk away with nothing. You go, okay. That's why there's people who, it's practically their career that they file frivolous lawsuits. We've talked about them before. People who are just, you'll read in the story about some ridiculous lawsuit, and further in the thing, it'll say, it's not the first time she's sued Taco Bell or whatever. For, perceived slights or saying that they were duped. They're trying to get a homeless encampment out over there in Tremont, over by the Scranton Cemetery. They're trying to figure out how to contend with this. I lived in Tremont for a minute when I first moved to the area. I lived in Tremont and Ohio City for the better part of 5 or 6 years. And they have a homeless encampment over there in Tremont in the Scranton Cemetery, and people who live in that area are trying to figure out what they can do about that. Except all the people there are dead, so I'm not sure what the issue is. I mean, I guess if you're going to visit a loved one, it would be a little bit strange. There's a tent near Pap's grave, but whatever. Hey, Joshua, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
What's
Alan
going
and
on,
Rob,
man?
You guys are awesome.
Thank you. What's up?
Well, today I left work. I pulled a prank on my boss. He's a racist bigot, so I got some fart spray, and he goes to the John every morning at 9:30. All right, and then as soon as he was in there, I was spraying the door down. I sprayed inside his car. I sprayed his work seat, and this is his reaction. Like, oh man, I need to go to the doctor. Something's smelling wrong.
I need to go to the doctor. He did not say, I need to go to the doctor because of my farts. Wow.
Yeah, dude, and I was like, yeah, man, you should check your diet. It's pretty bad. But he dropped some hard R's, and he bashes Hispanics, and I'm Hispanic. And I was like, nah, we're going to play a game where I'm petty. And he walks into fart clouds, and this was today. So Friday, fart day. I just want to say I thought you would approve of this for going after racist bigots with fart spray.
Listen, I'm always against racist bigots. Listen, I understand where you're coming from, Joshua. It's not going to change his mind about the things about which we're trying to change his mind. But if you feel a little bit better, then I guess that's, it is Friday.
It's Friday. He can't breathe. It's great.
All right. Thank you, Joshua. Well done. There's Joshua. Robbie, pranked his boss.
I caught the middle of it. I was trying to answer some calls there. Isn't racist bigot redundant?
Yeah, well, yes. I think bigotry you could apply to prejudice in general, racism being a specific kind of prejudice. But yes, of course, racist bigot. But Joshua,
good for him.
He struck a blow for justice and equality, and now his boss wonders if he has to go to the doctor.
Good. I hope he goes through all kinds of testing, too.
Not only that, but you've got to, I hope that the larger point is not lost on his boss, that it doesn't matter what you look like on the outside, man. On the inside, we're all holding in farts.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, they're going to smell like different things. We're all holding them in. This year, I guess they've done this for a few years. The Taco Bell 50K is coming up. You ever heard of the Taco Bell 50K?
Nope.
If you go to TacoBell50K.com, it's an ultra marathon. It's going to happen in 15 hours. They have a ticker there. It starts Saturday at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time. They do this in Denver, and they give you our bureau chiefs in Denver probably know all about this. They give you the map, and there are a lot of rules. You have to go to all 10 Taco Bell stops along the race course, and you can't cut the course at all, and you have to eat a menu item from at least 9 of the Taco Bell stops. So it's not just the running. This is for charity. It's not just the running. It's the eating as well. And by the time you get these rules are all really very, very stringent. You got to go to 9 of the 10 stops. By the time you get to the 4th restaurant, you have to have eaten 1 or 2 of these things that they dictate to you. By the time you get to the 8th, you have to have had. There's all kinds of rules in this thing. You have to finish the whole thing under 11 hours. And you can't count your drinks as food. So I couldn't get, like a Mountain Dew and say that I had food. They have to keep all of their receipts and all of their wrappers. And they're allowed 1 bathroom break, is what it says.
Okay, what's your name?
So if you complete the run, and again, I don't know how frequently or how many years they've been doing it, but this is not the first year.
And you were a former.
It's for a charity partner. They're in Denver. And any kind of anything that might mitigate your stomach problems is forbidden. So you can't take Alka-Seltzer, you can't take Pepto, no Mylanta, anything like that.
And you want
And they have little side bets that you can do, little prop bets you can do too. Anybody who can drink an entire 2-liter of the Baja Blast and do the run and not puke, you got, I don't know what you get for that. You get an extra thing. I don't know what it is. But the Taco Bell 50K going on out there in Denver will start tomorrow morning, 7:30 Mountain Time.
Hang on.
And for people to go to TacoBell50K.com, the information will all be there for you.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat all of that?
Is
I had
Drunk
to
Sue
screen
talking your
phone
ear
call.
off?
No, there's other calls. And
Drunk Sue.
Yeah, hey.
Was she tell you
How you
everything
doing,
before
lady?
you put her on hold?
No. She just said, hey, it's Drunk Sue.
Okay.
I said, hang on, Sue.
Right. Hi, Sue.
Hi, Alan. How are you?
Hey, Sue, I'm going to have you just take a breath. I'm going to give away this money, and I'm going to get right back to you, okay? I got one keyword left for this Buzzard Bookie thing. It's the last one of the week. We'll start it back up on Monday morning. So listen closely here, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right, Sue, what's up?
Oh, not a whole lot. I just calling to check in, let y'all know, people, guess what? I'm just breaking my border for the intelligence control.
Breaking your what?
I don't know what you just said, Sue.
Remember what you said about you peak your intelligence between 55 and 60?
Uh-huh, yep. They said that your brain, the human brain, peaks are right around 60, yeah.
Yeah, I broke the other side.
You broke, okay, you are you saying that you turned 60?
No, remember I turned 61 last March.
I was going to say, yeah, we know, yeah, okay, okay.
Yeah, what's that song? Look onto the other side.
Yes.
Yep. So it's all downhill from here, baby.
I see. Right. You're a year into that brain degradation. Is what you're talking.
Yep. I'm in the year into stupidity.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're no dummy, Sue. Yeah, people can call you a lot of things, but you're no dummy.
Oh, that's what they say.
And how will you be spending your weekend? Are you getting the party started early?
No, I don't think we're planning on anything. Just me and Bob being together here watching football.
Okay, watching football. All right.
Oh yeah. You betcha.
And how's Bob feeling? How are you feeling?
He's doing good. I've had a bad spot on my left foot. I went and saw the foot doctor.
You had to get to the chiropodist?
I don't know what that.
Well, that'd be a foot doctor. Yeah. Okay. You saw the foot doctor, and what do they say?
You.
Just keep this on there, keep it dry, yada yada yada.
And what's the problem with the foot?
I don't know. Well,
did he know? I imagine he would know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What did he say?
Flat feet. I got flat feet. I got 2 horrendous bunions. I got a hammer toe on the right side, and was turning into the hammer toe on the left side.
Yeah.
I got neuropathy.
Yeah.
Lymphedema.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a puddle of mixture.
You got a whole bunch of stuff going on, and that's just one foot, Sue. Right? You got neuropathy. You got a hammer toe.
Oh, yeah.
You got no arch support. You got, what'd you say, horrendous bunions?
Oh, my God, dude. my big toes are literally like almost a 90-degree angle.
You've got like Peyronie's of the foot.
Well, I don't know what Peyronie's is.
It's like when a guy's dong is like at a 90-degree angle. It's Peyronie's disease.
Yeah.
You've got like Peyronie's of the toe.
In my feet.
Yeah.
I got definite Peyronie's in my feet.
So those horrendous bunions are really causing a lot of problems, right? You get that big bump on the outside of your.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Combo that with the hammer toe.
Yeah. Good gravy. And so there's really not that much that he can do, right? He just goes.
What, though? Listen here. Here's the thing. I know it's awful, and it is bad, and it sucks, but at least I have feet.
Yes, you're always glass half full, Sue. You know, some people, Walter Williams calls us all the time, double amputee. You at least have feet. They are,
Exactly.
yes, they're painful.
I know there's people out there that got it worse than I got it.
And so how did you end up that way, Sue? Did you just wear shoes for decades that didn't fit? Is it hereditary?
No,
What happened?
No, I just, I had good tennis shoes, but I was walking on concrete a lot
Yeah, okay.
in my shop jobs, and just got to the
Right.
point where
So
I don't even want to get it on two-step ladder, let alone a big ladder like I used to paint and stuff like that.
I understand. So it's just a point now where you have to manage your bunions.
Yeah, or it manages me. It tells me what I'm allowed to do and what I ain't.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have to
really hacking me for a couple days. So.
I have to assume, Sue, that with something like bunions, you probably have to avoid like salt, right? You're trying to minimize your inflammation.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
All right. Can you and there's no way you can pop your toes back into place, right? Like
Oh God, no. They're stuck.
All right.
You can't even make them go forward.
I understand. It sounds terrible, but you're managing it, right?
Oh, yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
I know for a fact people got it worse than I do. And that's what I'm grateful every day. I wake up and I say, hey, God.
I'll tell you what. God, right? God and the bunions.
I know you don't believe, but I do.
I don't. And, I'm an atheist, and yet I don't have bunions, Sue. Imagine that.
Yeah,
There's no
you're
justice.
Only 54.
There's no justice, right? Yeah, but you're a couple years older than me.
I know.
Your bunions are coming.
You know what I wrote down? I wrote down something for another T-shirt.
Yeah.
It says, the older you get, the quicker you get old. I still got to get that other one we were talking about.
And what was the other one? Refresh my memory.
Oh God. What was it? I just had it in my head because I was going to tell you. Oh,
well,
I couldn't give less even if I tried.
All right, thank you, Sue.
I couldn't care less even if I tried. I love you, baby.
Love you too. You take care of yourself. Okay. Dealing with some bunion issues. Poor Rob. Bunions, right?
Yeah, that was a lot.
Sue. And that's why you can't believe in a benevolent God.
Very descriptive. There was a lot of gross in that.
Now, listen, man, this is theater of the mind, Rob. I need a very descriptive explanation
when it comes to
from
a
her.
foot, I don't think. Is it?
Listen.
A lot.
I like her outlook on life. She's like, yeah, I got bunions. Yeah, my toes are all running away from each other. But at least I have feet.
Yeah, but for how long?
Well, I mean, I don't know. But for now,
For
now, she has feet.
I just assume it's going to be a past tense type of thing very soon.
Mm-hmm. Alan Poor Sue's toes probably look like somebody spilled shrimp cocktail on the floor. Oh, come on. Horrendous Bunions tomorrow night, however, on 2 hours to midnight. I'm very excited to play them for you. Like in Parmesan, funky, cold lymphedema. Right. Thank you, Mike.
Well done.
Sue's footprints probably look like Google Maps. All right. Land of 10,000 lakes. Hey, Teddy. Hello,
Yeah.
Teddy. This is Teddy?
Yeah, this is Teddy.
What's up, Teddy?
What's going on, man? How are you today?
Hanging out.
Yeah. How's everyone doing there? I used to be an intern for the Maxwell Show. I don't know how many people are still around, but I just wanted to call and see what was going on. I used to be, former graduate of the Ohio Center for Broadcasting. It'd be awesome if you guys could kind of, point me in the right direction. Maybe get an unpaid internship. I'm sober now. I got to do volunteer work. So.
Oh boy, I mean, we don't have it, but you were already an intern, Teddy.
Yeah, I was an intern before I even went to OCB.
Yep.
So, what had happened was I had a beer at like the St. Patty's Day extravaganza where they were broadcasting from the Hairy Buffalo, and then like the next time we went to the Velvet Dog, I had a few more beers, and they kind of let me go. So, that's one of those.
Yeah, but we all have Teddy. We all have beers at events. Did you get rowdy or did you get?
Yeah. No, I didn't get rowdy. What it was I just started, and it was kind of like, who's this dude? Not even asking permission, sneaking off and chugging beers real quick and coming back. Like it helped my energy for the promotions, But
you mean instead of working, you were drinking on the side there?
Yeah, like if I had 2 or 3 minutes, I'd go run to the bar real quick, have a drink, and then come back, do my work,
Yeah.
I'd only be gone for a couple minutes at a time, but, it's not something you want to do when you're trying to get your foot in the door,
I see. Well, what were you trying to do? What did you want to do if you got your foot in the door? I mean, we don't have an internship program, Teddy.
Oh, you don't anymore?
We haven't had interns for a long time. No, there were too many of them that thought that they should have gotten paid and started suing the company. And so the company was like, nah, I think we're okay. Yeah. And so now we have, co-hosts answering phones and things like that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Well,
fun for them.
That's a lofty idea. That's a lofty idea for me. I don't know if you guys would, I got plenty of material, but, geez, I don't think I'd be allowed to be a co-host.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, Teddy. I was talking about my current co-host. Yeah. Listen, what do you do now, Teddy?
Right now, I am currently taking care of some sobriety issues. I had just dealt with some troubles with the law.
Uh-huh.
And what I do now, I'm at a sober house, and I'm working my steps.
You thought that? I applaud you. You thought that was a good time to get into an internship program.
Now?
It sounds like you got to focus on your recovery, Teddy.
Absolutely, absolutely. I had an idea for I think you were talking about sober radio, recovery radio, like you could make a whole XM station about it.
I was not.
Sirius or something.
Yeah. Listen,
well, not you,
I wish you nothing but the best, Teddy. And
right.
Good to hear from you.
Good to make your acquaintance here on the show. I appreciate it. You guys have a great one.
You got it. Thank you. There's Teddy, former intern back in the day. And dealing with what he calls some sobriety issues, Rob.
Yep.
And so wish him success in his recovery. Because it's never ending, You are always in recovery. It's not like you've got a beginning point and an end point. It's something about which you always have to remain diligent. And but it sounds like a lot of his time is going to be taken up with that.
Yeah, for right now. Yeah.
I don't know that. I
would say get through that, then maybe look into.
There you go. Yep. You want to. You talk about next? Doing your steps. You've got those steps, and then you've got all kinds of other steps too. So.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to take a break here. 35192. Send me a text. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Bach, the original voice of Skid Row, Thursday, November 6th at MGM Northfield Park. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
This Buzzard Weekend is sponsored by AbsoluteRoofing.com.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
Hey there, local business owner. Ready to make some more money? Whether you own an auto shop or a dinner spot, Valpak Direct Marketing can help you do just that. All bells and whistles are included, so you advertise when and where it counts to reach new customers that spend more. Measurable results, proven reach, zero guesswork. That's Valpak. Visit valpak.com/advertise to see if you qualify for a free mailing. That's VALPAK.com/advertise. Let's grow.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As a teen, my mother always told me to moisturize to help prevent wrinkles. And did I listen? No, but I'm ready to make a change with Ideal Image. They have non-invasive treatments that can help me smooth fine lines and wrinkles. I can even treat myself to a Diamond Glow medical grade facial. If you're looking to upgrade your look or boost your confidence, it's time to book your free consultation today. So head over to idealimage.com or text IDEAL to 38089 to book your consultation like I did and get ready to love the skin you're in.
I heard you got the job. Congratulations.
Thanks. And I just got my first paycheck early.
How did that happen?
I opened an everything checking account at Dollar Bank and got my pay direct deposited 2 days early.
Ooh, that's a nice perk.
And a $300 welcome bonus, plus a great savings rate and card controls to turn my card on or off, and real-time card activity alerts.
All that plus $300? Sounds like I need to get an everything checking account.
You sure do. The $300 welcome bonus is a limited time offer, though. Open your account now.
I'm doing it.
Open your account online in less than 5 minutes at dollar.bank/300 or visit your local Dollar Bank office today. Dollar Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC. $300 offer for new customers only and may end without notice. Certain requirements apply in the first year. 0.10% annual percentage yield. Account opening is subject to approval and accounts are available only to consumers residing in Dollar Bank's markets. Early pay is not a guarantee you will receive your direct deposit earlier than your scheduled pay date. Certain requirements apply.
Our population keeps growing, while our aging power grid struggles to keep up. Millions of homeowners are turning to Generac standby generators, and demand will only rise. Generator Supercenter, the #1 Generac dealer in the nation, has limited franchise opportunities available. With training, tools, and a proven business model, you'll be positioned to succeed in an always in-demand industry. These opportunities won't last. Learn more today at GeneratorFranchise.com. GeneratorFranchise.com.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Not today, cough and chest congestion. Most medicines let mucus build back up after 4 hours. With just one pill, Mucinex 12-Hour works continuously to break up mucus and move it up and out. Mucinex 12-Hour. Rid the congestion. Kill the cough. Use as directed. Kill the cough with Mucinex 12-Hour DM.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Did someone say jackpot? The Ohio Lottery's Mega Millions jackpot is up to $520 million. That's $520 million. Jackpots start at $50 million and grow faster than ever. Play today and pick up the new $5 Win Big Scratch Off. It has a top prize of $100,000, and non-winning tickets can be entered into My Lotto Rewards for a chance to win Cleveland or Cincinnati football tickets, and even a trip to football's biggest game. Lottery
Rogue, we took it to the limit. You can take it where you want. Celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month with Nissan.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
They buy you lots of presents. They put your pictures on the wall. They make a special meal for you and make you eat it all. They pinch you on the cheek. They say bless you when you sneeze. But when it comes to Saturday night, they're working double time on their knees. 'Cause they're prostitute grandmas. They're too old to see and too old to hear. Prostitute grandmas. They're not afraid to take it in the rear. Prostitute grandmas. Their favorite singer is Burt Bacharach. Prostitute grandmas. Once you go old, you never go back.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Rob. That song has never been more relevant than in 2025, the rise of the GILF economy. Old people have found themselves in unenviable positions with respect to income and social status, but fortunately for them, for older women in particular who might be locked out of traditional jobs, there's a rise in interest in the GILFs, Rob. Old women on OnlyFans. And why not? Imagine you're just kind of scanning through and you whip around the corner and there's Nana doing unspeakable things to herself. But this is what we've set up. You know, there are other countries where they revere their elders. Not here. They treat them like garbage. And so what you're finding, in this article I was reading, you're finding more and more people, primarily women, obviously, some of whom will do OnlyFans with their partner, people in their mid-60s, early 70s. I was reading a profile of a woman who is now a great-grandmother who performs on Chatterbait.
Oh, boy.
She's like, I didn't even know this was a thing until a couple of years ago. And so now she's on it. And they're making some money. She and her partner, you know, they're just on there. Now, I've never been on Chatterbait. I know what it is. I've seen advertisements, whatever. I've never been on there, you know. But people request what they want you to do. And then they send you money. They send you tokens there, right? And this woman's like, I'm raking in cash. Her very first day on Chatterbait as a 71-year-old great-grandmother, she made $40, Rob. $40.
Wow. Pretty good.
Well, it's a lot of money since the Chatterbait tokens are a nickel. They're worth 5 cents. Now, there's simply no way to know how many 5-cent tokens goes into $40, but they kept on doing it. And in an age where, you know, some porn enthusiasts have gotten used to, you know, idealized looks or whatever, the real life older women, that is a growing section, if you will, of this genre.
Genre.
Yeah. So this woman, now, you know, there is the added level of difficulty of making sure that your grandchildren and great-grandchildren, you probably don't want them to find out. But they've got a little room in their house that they've set up as kind of staging for them, right? She looks like a traditional grandma. And, you know, they've got a couple of pillows in the frame. They've got a half-empty bottle of KY, or as I like to think of it, half full. And they do Chatterbait 5 days a week, about 3 hours in the afternoon. This is their job. Why live, you know, older people, fortunately, I guess depending on how you look at it, it is an option open to them. Of course, big picture, it is an awful, and no, you know, no shame in it or anything, but big picture, It's not like people want to be doing this, right? It's not like your 95-year-old grandmother wants to be working in fast food. But this woman's doing it and gets a lot of requests. Her most popular request, anal. Now, listen.
Cripes.
You've got a 71-year-old great-grandmother on Chatterbait. Again, nobody's twisting her arm, but the economy is what it is, and it's going to get worse. There's an opportunity there for her to make a little bit of money. She goes, look, I'm my own boss. Now, I wouldn't think that advanced age is when you'd want to start loosening that part of your body up.
No.
But desperate times call for desperate measures.
Well, you're also assuming that she isn't already used to that particular. You know what I mean? She may be like a star from way back with that.
She just started. Oh, I see what you mean. Just not filming.
Like Pop might have been throwing it to her back there for years.
Yeah. They have seen about a 60% jump in performers of an older demographic. And the AVN Awards, right? The Oscars of porn. Next year, they will hand out their very first GILF Performer of the Year award.
Awesome.
Imagine my grandma won GILF Performer of the Year. For people who might not be putting two and two together, you know what a MILF is. A GILF is a grandma. Now, a good GILF.
A great.
Is this right? Yeah. And if you win that award, not only will you be a great grandma, you'll be the greatest grandma of the year. And so the people who keep an eye on these things are like, look, there's been a real increase in not only the number of older performers, but their popularity.
We've talked about this before, man. I think it's because grandmas are way different now. Grandmas don't look like what your grandma and my grandma looked like.
No, they got sleeve tats and they got the
and hot. Like you see a lot of hot grandmas.
Well,
now.
she's a 71-year-old great grandma, and she said part of her appeal is that she does look like a grandma.
Do you have a picture of her?
I don't.
Okay.
So I'm taking her word for it. But it's also, you can pitch it as, it's empowering. Women over 50, as far as pop culture goes, are kind of tossed to the side. So it can be very affirming, obviously, if you're an older creator in this space. But my thought is still, this probably wasn't your most favorite option. But who knows? If not firming, at least affirming, right? Because it's like, if you're a 71-year-old woman, do you want to be driving Lyft? Do you want to maybe get held up driving for Uber at midnight? No, you're at home. You're comfy. You got a half bottle of KY jelly. You're going to be fine. And so a lot more GILFs are in the space. And so, and these are people who are like, I would have never done traditional porn. Even back in the day, if somebody had approached me, I would not have done that. But everybody controls their own space now. Everybody of every demographic. That's why this stuff is so attractive, because you're your own boss. And after a little while of doing it, the great grandmother makes about $3,000 a week.
That's good money.
That's not bad. Another woman works from 6A to 10P. I mean, make no mistake, boy, these are full-time jobs. Doesn't matter how old you are. People that make money on OnlyFans and things like that, it's a full-time job because you constantly got to feed the beast. I assume that's what she calls her vagina. She works from 6
like it's her bum.
A to 10P Monday through Friday, posting content, messaging fans, and jumping on video calls. The money's in the tips. It's just digital retail. That's all it is. She said her clients range in age from 18 to 74. but most of them are guys in their early 30s to early 40s. Older men like connecting with someone closer to their own age. I've got a recipe for apple brown Betty you're really going to enjoy. Now, this next move I also call the apple brown Betty. And it's a little more difficult to do, but I think you'll enjoy it. So she's on there doing it and making it happen. This one's called the Canadian Drive-By. First, I wrap it in bacon, and then I butt chug a sixer of Molson. And then I insert half a dozen Timbits. I'll let you decide where.
Geyser grandma.
Yeah. A 60-year-old British mother said she wanted flexible work that she could do while raising her daughter and running a horse stable. Golly, I wonder if she ever works Mr. Ed into the proceedings. I'm over here running me horse stable and raising me daughter and doing a little cam work on the side. Said she got her start selling her used underwear 7 years ago. I thought it was an easy way to make money. She said she soon realized she was wrong because customers asked for more. They wanted pictures of her with the panties on. They wanted live video calls. And she started doing all that. And she said she now makes about $70,000 a year.
It's not bad.
But she takes home about half that. After currency conversion and the platforms, she said take about 20 to 30% of the earnings.
All right, not great.
Yeah, the platforms are making the money. You got to make a lot of money to be taking home a lot of money.
Imagine you're that guy, right? You got this grandma gilf fetish, clicking through ChatterBait or OnlyFans, you type in gilf, and up pops your grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine?
I mean, I can't because my grandma's been dead for almost 10 years.
Same with
I
mine.
would be terrified if my dead grandmother showed up on ChatterBait.
Let's say, for an example, this was 10 years ago and she was still living.
Oh,
you were
yeah.
Scrolling through and you saw grandma.
Yep.
I
Oh, my God, she's wearing nothing but her Cubs hat on top of her hair. Well, I just had it set. Would you like to see under my house coat? Oh, God, Grandma. This woman's daughter, who is 17, is aware of what she does. She says she's cool with it, doesn't ask me any questions. I'm glad she doesn't ask me any questions, is what she said. And so a lot of the older women won't do, even though it's one of the best-selling genres, they won't do like stepmom, stepson stuff. Because she's like, we have kids and grandkids, and it just feels weird.
That's where they
so
draw
we're
the line.
not. Yeah, we're not going to do this. Trouble is, people can steal your content, and that's what these two were finding out. This woman and her partner. She's like, unfortunately, people just lift your stuff and throw it to porn sites, and then you got to call them and ask them to take it down.
What a pain in the ass. Pardon the
No,
pun.
yeah. So anyway, there's a woman who started an OnlyFans after her cat got sick, and it was a $1,500 vet bill. That's ironic. I've got a sick cat.
You sure do, lady.
And now I've got a very sick cat. She ended up making over $10,000 the first month, she said. She makes 5 figures a month and works several months out of the year. She said she knows that's unusual. Most people are lucky if they're pulling in a few $100s a month.
Well, at that rate, why do it? If it's a couple $100 a month, why bother?
It's just walking around money.
Just for your 50, you're getting 5 digits a month. That's worth doing.
Yeah.
$100.
Oh, she's getting
Go
5
bag
digits
groceries.
a month.
Hey-oh.
Hey-oh. I got more Brian.
Yes.
You're going to know this song, too.
Wake me up before you go, 'cause I'm not planning on going solo. Wake me up before you go. Take me down to tonight.
Yeah, he's in like a top 40 thing today.
Some creative liberties with that one.
Creative liberties. We got Eagles from him earlier. He did Lion Eyes. And now we're doing some Wham.
Wake me up before you go, 'cause I'm...
This was Wham, right? Not George Michael solo?
Yep.
Wham. Him and Ridgely. Wham.
Wake me up before you go, 'cause I'm not planning on going solo. Wake me up before you go. Take me dancing tonight.
I was kind of hoping that he would try to hit the high note. But I'm not going to look a gift Brian in the mouth, by the way. So thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. A little bit of Wham, a little bit of Eagles to close the week out. Cotton Balls checking in. What the hell happened to Brian's finger bang? I forgot about it. Again, this week has been all over the place, and I completely forgot about it.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. Thank you.
Finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, bang, bang.
Alan, does David Lee Roth like the butt chug? He sure does.
Gotta wonder if he uses Molson too.
Hurts getting it in. Yeah.
Bang, bang, finger bang, bang,
All right, Jesus.
Jeez.
finger bang, 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 finger bang.
All right, thank you, Brian. Thank you. Another big weekend for Cleveland football as well.
Well, you know what I say. You can't f*** with football.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Thank you. Who do the Browns play this weekend?
The Vikings.
Oh, the Vikings in London, isn't it? Right.
With Dylan Gabriel as your starter.
Right. In London.
In Lundy. Lundy.
Oh, Fergie.
Oh, Fergie.
Dylan Gabriel's family is unable to make the trip to London to watch his NFL debut.
Do you think that's because none of them have passports?
Probably.
That's my guess, right?
Yeah, maybe. His parents are not. My dad doesn't have a passport.
There you go.
His family resides in Hawaii, so the trip would have been incredibly long to go from Hawaii to London. He's 24 years old. He's the first quarterback to make their NFL debut overseas. Okay, well, there you go. That's very exciting. I have to wonder how many people from Cleveland, how many Browns fans are making the trip to London?
Oh, I'm sure plenty.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, I think what you're seeing in those sold-out stadiums are people that are just buying merch over there because it's NFL merch, and they're buying tickets. But I think a lot of people make the trip for sure.
Okay. I mean, you have to be a fan of Means, obviously.
Without
question.
question.
That ain't cheap. So kind of your rank and file aren't going over there. But we got to go. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. It has been a week, hasn't it? Wow. A lot of ups, a lot of downs, a lot of laughter, a lot of tears, a lot of farts, and everything in between. And we will talk to you again on Monday. Rob, where can people hit you up over the weekend?
On Instagram, WMMS Rob.
I'm on your socials at Alan Cox Show. The program will be available for you wherever you get podcasts. It'll show up there. If you opt for our iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages there. A little talkback button. Otherwise, use our after hours line anytime, 24/7. People call at all hours of day or night in every possible iteration of sobriety. That number is 216-986-8903. Tomorrow night, the return of our metal show. It is 2 hours to midnight. Starts sharply at 10 p.m. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. 2 hours of nothing but metal. And then Sunday morning, the Weekend Cox. 2 hours of the best stuff from the prior week. 8 a.m. Sunday mornings. And I think that's it. Anything I missed? Anything I have forgotten?
I don't think so, man. I think you covered it all.
I don't think so either. We'll talk to you guys again on Monday, right back here in the box. All those 9 Inch Nails tickets for you all next week if you want to go down to Columbus to see them in 2026. And, yeah, that's it. Thanks, guys, very much. We'll talk to you on Monday, and I will see you in hell.
Bye! Have a great Friday, you motherfucker!
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big brother is is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both